after 32 years of service in the village of Los Ranchos to Albuquerque. With that, I'm going to start the meeting. I'm going to call the meeting to order. The time is 5 p.m. This meeting is streamed on the village website. The public can also participate via Zoom. Instructions and overall public participation guidance for commenting is listed on the website and on page 5 of the meeting packet. The Village of Los Ranchos is providing the ability for the public to participate in hybrid meetings. As with any application, digital service, or software, the opportunity for failure can occur. Therefore, the village is not responsible for the inability to connect to the meeting either by the Zoom meeting link or viewing via live stream. The meeting video and audio is recorded and will be available online after the meeting on the village website. Would like to state, as required by New Mexico Statute Annotated 1978, Section 10-15-1, parentheses J, of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act, that the matter discussed in the closed session last night was limited only to what was specified in the notice. Pursuant to New Mexico Statute Annotated 1978, Section 10-15-1, parentheses H, parentheses 7, attorney-client privileged and confidential discussion regarding pending litigation as follows. Friends of Los Ranchos versus Village of Los Ranchos, case number CV 2023-0302347, comma, CV-2022-05403, D-202-CV-2023-07688, and D-202-CV-2023-06441, and the Friends of Los Ranchos versus Village and Guadalupe Chavez, LLC, case number CV 2022-07453. At this time, I'm going to call the roll. Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Pacheco.
Present.
Trustee Benavides.
Present.
Trustee Radnovich.
Present.
Thank you. We have a quorum. At this time, I'd like for everybody to stand and read, I will do the Pledge of Allegiance. Follow me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I need approval of the agenda. I need a motion to approve or amend the agenda.
Motion to approve the agenda.
I need a second.
I'll second.
I'm going to call for the question, call for the roll call vote. Trustee Pacheco.
Yes.
Trustee Benavides.
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Item 5 is public hearings. 5A, discussion and approval of LL 23-03, a request by Still Spirits, LLC of 120 Marble Avenue, Northwest, Albuquerque, New Mexico, 87102, for approval of a craft distiller liquor license with on-premises consumption with patio service for the property located at 7201 4th Street Northwest, Los Ranchos to Albuquerque, New Mexico, 87107, northwest corner of 4th Street and Roel Road, within the C1 zone of the 4th Street character area and legally known as subdivision plat of lots 1-7 Z of U, projected section 21, township 11 north, range 3 east, New Mexico principal meridian. Village of Los Ranchos to Albuquerque, Bernalillo County, New Mexico. The property contains 0.5227 acres in area, more or less. Before we get started, I will ask each member of the governing body for full disclosure of real or potential conflicts of interest with this item of business. Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Pacheco.
None.
Trustee Benavides.
None.
Trustee Radnovich.
None.
Mayor Lopez, none. All participants who signed up to speak on this item of business, please stand. Attorney Winter will swear you in.
Thank you.
At this time, I ask Planning and Zoning Director Maida Rubin to please present the application.
Thank you, Mayor. The request before you is a request by Still Spirits, LLC, for a craft distiller liquor license at 7201 4th Street Northwest. The property contains approximately 0.5 acres in area, more or less. The surrounding zoning is C1 to the north, east, and south, and R2 to the west. The applicant intends to open a craft distillery to dispense alcohol with a craft distiller liquor license with on-premises consumption in accordance with New Mexico Alcohol and Gaming Division regulations. Again, the property is zoned C1. The C1 zone lists food and alcohol service as a permissive use with the following timeframe restrictions. Alcohol sales between 12 a.m. and 2 a.m. is a conditional use, and alcohol sales between 2 a.m. and 8 a.m. is prohibited. The department recommends approval of liquor license 2303, a craft distiller liquor license in the C1 zone in the 4th Street character area, with the findings included in your report. And with that, I will stand for any questions.
Thank you. We'll get to that momentarily. The applicant will now be provided an opportunity to speak. Please approach the podium, state your name and address for the record. You have 10 minutes. Please come forward.
Hi, my name is Zachary Hume. I am the owner and operator of Still Spirits. I'm not very good in front of a crowd, so if I start talking too fast or mumbling, just wave your hand. We are a craft distillery, and primarily our business is by the glass. We have a cocktail lounge located at our distillery in downtown Albuquerque. We've been in business about 7 years, and during that time, we've developed a small but passionate following. We have 45 seats inside at the place downtown, and the business I'm looking at on 4th Street would be about the same size with a bigger patio outside. I think the most important thing to know about us is that we value our place in the community. We see ourselves as a third space for people to congregate, for people to do work. If they're, it's like a coffee shop sort of situation. You can hang out and use the Wi-Fi. We have a non-alcoholic program. And in addition to the people that socialize and frequent the location, we also do something that a lot of bars, if you want to look at us that way, can't do, which is that all the money that we collect at Still Spirits stays in the state. All the products we sell, with a few exceptions, are made in New Mexico. That's by necessary with the type of license we have, because we can sell New Mexico wine, beer, and spirits, in addition to the stuff we produce. But we can't sell anything made outside of the state. And it's been a really great spot to be because we work with farmers, we work with other breweries, we work with winemakers, and I really appreciate how we've become a part of the community. So I see the 4th Street location as furthering that mission. I'm excited to be part of a more urban, streetscape, walkable area. Our spot downtown is in an industrial area, and while there is a bit of foot traffic, it's more of a destination. And I like the idea of becoming part of an evolving community and relating to the residents and businesses around us. I think that's about it. That's important. And like I said, the location we will have is small. It's not a bar. It's not a club. It is a craft cocktail tasting room. And I think it's important that people understand the sort of distinction between a raucous business that people might associate with downtown and what we are, which is a craft-forward, fine dining establishment, but by the glass, if you want to think about it that way. So,
Thank you. You will have a chance for closing remarks after we hear from the folks who signed up to speak.
okay.
So if you can be seated, I'll start calling the folks up who asked to speak. The very first person to come up is Ms. Drew Tagliapietra. Please state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Drew Tagliapietra, 312 Nuevo Hacienda Lane Northwest. Mayor, trustees, I'm expressing my opposition to the business proposed by Still Spirits. I believe that the location does not have enough parking space to accommodate the large crowds that the business is expecting to attract. Unfortunately, this is a reoccurring issue in our village where new construction and businesses are approved without proper consideration for parking availability. It is not fair to the neighboring businesses or the residences in the area. The Planning and Zoning Committee should prioritize parking considerations when reviewing business applications. Thank you.
Mr. Tom Donnellan, please come forward. Is he here? I don't see him. Okay. And Zach, you were the one who spoke, correct? Okay, well then let's move on to Gwyneth Parker. Please come forward, state your name and address. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Gwyneth Doland Parker, and I live at 538 Chamiso, just a few blocks away. I know Zach, and I've been to the location downtown. I'm a big fan of the craft nature of the craft cocktails. It's a grown-up place, and I'm really excited to have a place where I can walk to. So parking's not a problem for me, and that's one of the things I'm really happy about, is this is a place where we can walk over after work and walk home, meet friends, and not have to drive anywhere. So I'm strongly in favor.
Thank you. Next would be Glenn Fellows. Please come to the podium. You have, please state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, trustees, and if I may, Mayor Lopez, thank you for your hard work over the past 30-some years. Enjoyed working with you when I was on the Planning and Zoning Commission a few years back. I am Glenn Fellows. I live at 530 Chamiso Lane Northwest, and like my neighbor Gwyneth, would really enjoy a place to walk down the ditch and have a beverage, snack, come home after work, although I'm not working a lot anymore. It'd be pleasant after a day in the garden. So I am very much in favor. And again, I don't see a big issue with the parking, as I think a lot of neighbors will be walking over to the distillery as well, to the craft enjoyment in the evenings. Thank you.
Thank you. I see that Mr. Tom Donnellan has come. You now may approach the podium, Tom, and you have 2 minutes. State your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Tom Donnellan. I reside at 6668 Edgewood Drive, Northwest. Thank you very much for letting me speak out of turn. I want to thank the village for its efforts to put improvements at Edgewood Park, and looking forward to those improvements being there. We did have a meeting because we wanted the
Mr.
neighbors wanted.
Donnellan, excuse me. We're speaking on Still Spirits right now. Is this what you? Yeah, you came in late and
Okay.
you wanted to speak on that matter?
I did. I am a consumer at Still Spirits at their present location on Marble, and and I think they would be a great addition to 4th Street in Los Ranchos, and so I speak in support of the license approval.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom. Vic Parker, are you in the audience? Please come forward, state your name and address. You have 2 minutes.
Nick Parker,
Nick,
538 Chamiso Lane, husband of Gwyneth, neighbor of Glenn. I too am in favor of the proposal. I think that we need to support more New Mexico businesses here, more craft businesses, more businesses that work with local farmers, that are developing products about us, for us. And at the end of the day, I too would like to be able to walk down the ditch, get a drink, meet friends, ride my bike. You know, we have Vernon's, we've got Farm and Table, we've got any number of businesses along that corridor. And for me, I'd like to see fewer Napa Auto Parts, fewer boat and used car lots, and see more restaurants, more reasons for people to invest in the village. You know, I've been here, I moved up from downtown 10 years ago, and I think more reasons to attract people and activities and families up to the village would be all good stuff. And I also wanted to thank you, Mayor, for your service.
Thank you.
So thank you very much.
Nancy Mangiaroni, please come forward, state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, Nancy Nangiaroni, 7315 Guadalupe Trail. And I want to thank everybody who spoke today for your testimony. It actually sounds like might be a really good addition to the village. I especially appreciate Tom Donlin mentioning that he uses their other establishment. I am nonetheless just wanting to be really careful moving forward and wonder if this has been looked at enough. So I don't know if it's possible to defer it so that more people can learn more about it or not, but I just want to express those concerns about just that we be careful moving forward. Thank you.
Gordine McKenzie, please come forward. State your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Gordine McKenzie, 7315 Guadalupe Trail Northwest. I mean, what I've heard sounds good. I'm one of the neighbors though, so some of the questions that I have, there are 10 parking places in that little strip mall. I understand that there will be overflow maybe at Moses or somewhere else for the parking, but I'm curious about the site plans, and I'm also curious about noise level and also lighting. Will that affect the neighbors that are on Rail close to 4th Street? So I'd like to learn a little bit more. I mean, it sounds like it's a popular establishment, and I appreciate that you mentioned that you are a good neighbor and want to work with community. But I also want to assure that the neighbors on Rural, and then we adjunct very close to Rural on Guadalupe Trail, that we won't be affected in any way negatively by it. So I'd like to see site planned. I'd like to see a little bit more. Thank you.
Okay, Zach, do you have any closing remarks to address the comments? Please approach the podium. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, everyone who spoke, both sides of the discussion. I appreciate it. Sorry. So we have 19 parking spots, and the rest of the businesses on our site are 9 to 5. So we're pretty confident with the parking there. And we also have an agreement for 10 more spots at the health food store on the other side of Rail. The concerns about noise are obviously valid when you're opening a social business that's going to be open into the evening. And we will have a patio on the west side of the building. So that will be against the neighbors on rail. I don't envision anything raucous, no bands, perhaps a two-piece jazz setup, acoustic or something like that. But it's simply too small for live music. And so we won't be doing any of that. And as far as noise in the evening goes, because there's going to be two walls between us and anyone, two 6-foot tall walls between us and anyone to the west. And as a general rule, it's pretty quiet at our spot 90% of the time downtown. And I expect this one to be even quieter, just judging by who I'm guessing will show up. The patio on the west will have a lot of planting and a lot of sort of, I've designed it as, right now it's got a bunch of like booths almost surrounded by foliage is how it'll be. So it'll be broken up into smaller groups, buffered by plants and again, tall walls around them. So, and lighting, I generally like to keep lighting at ground level so you can see where you're walking, but not have lights in your eyes. And I'm sensitive to the night sky stuff myself, being a bit of an astronomy nerd, and would like to keep responsible levels of light as necessary.
Thank you.
I think that was it. Thank you guys for your
Okay.
time.
At this time, are there any questions or comments from the Board of Trustees of the applicant? Please stay up there. I'm going to go trustee by trustee. But before we get to that, I need a motion to approve LL 23-03, a request by Still Spirits LLC.
I'll make a motion to approve the Still Spirits LLC business.
I need a second.
I will second that.
Okay, I'm going to go trustee by trustee with questions. Trustee Pacheco.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Zach. How many employees will you have
Spirits
on
LLC. I'll make a motion.
At our location downtown, we have one bartender. Usually it's small, 40 seats, which is about the same size as the place up here. So I'm expecting one bartender, and then up here we're going to have a sandwich station, so some sort of food program. So we'll have a second employee that will be here for most of the evening. So I envision generally 2 during the week, and on the weekends at 2 or possibly 3 or 4 even.
So when do you envision will be your busy time?
I'm guessing 5 to 9 will be our peak hours, 8 o'clock even is sort of how I'm guessing. Downtown, we close most nights at 10 o'clock.
Okay.
And even on Friday and Saturdays, where we can stay open until 2, it's very rare we go past midnight. And I would expect that up here, it's probably more likely to be at 11.
Okay. So you're not interested in trying to get a conditional permit for a longer period of time? You see right now that 12 a.m. will be...
I would be surprised if there was, I might apply for a conditional use in the future.
Okay, but right now you're...
I can't imagine it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Trustee Benavides.
Yeah, please stay there. Some of the questions might be for Maida, but I'll jump back to you. In regards to parking, Maida, are there requirements for parking, and does he meet them?
Thank you, Mayor and Trustee. So there are requirements for parking. Right now, there is, the subject of this request is whether liquor can be allowed at this site. There's another application in the works for some minor site plan amendments to that site for not the internal tenant improvements, but other features of the site, including parking to make sure we are accommodating this use. So that is, I believe, going before the Planning Commission in January. But he's correct that there are some shared parking agreements in the works, and we do support that in the code and want to further that on 4th Street per the code. So there are requirements, and they will be met.
And they will become known with the site plan the amendments to the site plan. Is that what you're saying?
Correct, they will
Okay.
be shown on the site plan.
Okay.
The existing site plan as filed shows 20 spots.
Okay, so the question will become, do those 20 spots meet the requirements? You can answer it later if you don't know what the answer is now.
I'll have to answer later.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
We'll cross that road with the
There are
site
some
plan, right?
changes to the parking, for example, back angle parking and some things that are being proposed, so it might change a little bit. I believe they meet it or are very close at the moment, but again, they will have to meet the parking requirement in order to open, so.
So I think it's worth noting to the public that the operational hours from 12 a.m. to 2 a.m. is conditional. And just so you know, I'm not likely to approve any conditional.
Fair enough.
Let's see, amplified music in the evenings. I guess we don't have any requirements for that. Can we put those conditions?
So there are general noise requirements in the village that I can find for you, but the board is welcome to condition as you see fit, Mayor and Trustee.
At the time the site plan is applied for, is that?
I believe the board can place conditions as you see fit on this application.
Yeah, so I'm hoping you'd be okay if I said no amplified music after 6 p.m. outdoors?
Yeah,
Okay, just outdoors, okay.
yeah, sure.
Okay, all right, a couple more quick questions. So this, I know we're just voting on the liquor license for now, but at some point, I'm going to want to know if you're meeting all the requirements for the fire code. I recognize that if you're going to be distilling at this facility, is that correct?
No, our production facility is downtown.
Oh, you will not be distilling?
No,
Okay.
no.
All right, so that's good to know.
Yeah.
Then that question goes away. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Radnovich.
Hi, Zach. Zach and I have known each other for quite a long time when he was in another life as an architect. So glad your business is doing so well.
Thanks.
And I, like Tom Donnellan, have been a customer at your downtown facility, and I don't have any concerns about noise or anything like that personally. But I do have the parking issue you've already talked about, so I feel good about that. You're really not looking to be open till 2, even.
We try to stay open until 2 downtown.
It doesn't work. You don't have that kind of clientele.
Probably once every 6 months, we stay open past midnight downtown.
Yeah.
I don't see it, I'd rather, the staff prefers to go home earlier. And I would rather be, fitting with the neighborhood a little bit, yeah. 10 o'clock is probably when we will close most nights.
So can we set the time that he might be open? And Zach, I don't know if you're amenable to that?
Sure.
Mayor and Trustee, if I may, there is a time limit that it is permissive to be open under this zone.
Yeah, I understood that. And that
Okay.
was sort of what I was working with.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Okay, therefore, the floor is now closed for comments. I'm going to call for the question, call for the roll call vote. Trustee Pacheco.
Yes.
Trustee Benavides.
Are we voting on this as amended? Is this an official amendment in regards to no outdoor amplified music after 6 p.m.?
I would say that you'd need to list that as a condition of approval in the motion.
Can you restate your motion then with that
Thank you.
condition, Trustee?
Sandra?
She didn't, it was.
Oh, George? Okay, go ahead. Can you redo that?
I'd like more discussion on that because 6 o'clock is very
It
early.
seems very early to me.
Yeah, and he's not talking about a rock and roll band. He's talking about. Yeah. So we're not talking about the old Okies here. We're talking
Yeah,
about a very different kind of.
I think 9 or 10 o'clock would be, I think 10 o'clock would be fair.
Could you amend?
Do you want to amend your motion?
I didn't have that in my motion. You made it a condition, not me.
No, you
I know,
didn't make
but you
your
have, but you have to make the motion with the
I see.
amendment.
Yeah, you've got to amend your motion, then he'll second.
So I'm amending my motion to include a timeframe of 10 o'clock at night for any
Amplified.
amplified music of the small variety that Zach is talking about.
Yes, sir. Do you still second?
So I second it, meaning it's prohibited after 10 PM, yes.
Yes.
Okay. And then trustee Pacheco.
Yes.
Okay, so the motion carries unanimously, therefore it's approved. Congratulations, Zach.
Mayor.
Yes.
Mayor Lopez, excuse me, but we need to get a vote from each one of them. They just amended their motion but did not vote on it.
I thought they did. Well, let's start all over again. Let's vote on the amended motion. Trustee Radnovich.
Yes.
Trustee Benavides.
Yes.
Trustee Pacheco.
Yes.
Okay, the motion does carry unanimously. Now let's move to item B. Discussion and approval to adopt ordinance number 298, an ordinance amending the 2013 codified ordinances of the Village of Los Ranchos de Albuquerque, Chapter 2, Article 1, Administration/Officers, adding Section 9, runoff election for mayor, 2.1.9, an amendment opting pursuant to Article 7, Section 5 of the New Mexico Constitution, and Section 1-22-16 NMSA 1978, to hold a top 2 runoff election for mayor commencing with the next election cycle. Attorney Winter, please discuss and comment on this.
Mayor, board members, I apologize. I lost my voice last evening. Before you is a runoff election. There are 2 other jurisdictions that, I'm sorry, let me back up a little bit. It's just a simple runoff election is what we're proposing in accordance with the New Mexico Constitution in the event that no candidate receives a 50% of the vote. It is not effective retroactively. It wouldn't actually apply to any race between now and the mayor's race contemplated for 4 years from now. I know there's been some discussion and some chatter regarding what's called ranked choice voting. But ranked choice voting has only been adopted in 2 jurisdictions in New Mexico and not in any small jurisdiction, certainly not one this size. If you have any questions, I'll stand for questions.
Okay, before we get to that, I do need a motion to approve ordinance number 298.
I'll motion to approve, to adopt ordinance number 298.
I need a second.
I will second that.
Before we get to discussion from the governing body, I'm going to call up the individuals who signed up prior on this sheet. So let's start with Ms. Drew Tagliapietra. Please state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Drew Tagliapietra, 312 Nueva Hacienda Lane Northwest. Mayor, trustees, I am writing to express my strong opposition to Ordinance 298, which mandates a runoff election for the position of mayor. This ordinance requires that a runoff election must be held between the top 2 candidates. However, it seems the current mayor, board of trustees, and legal counsel have overlooked the fact that mandating a runoff election will cost the village a minimum of $600,000, and the village must bear all the cost for state law. It is disappointing to see some members of the current administration using vengeful and childish tactics against the village where they reside. The Board of Trustees is already short 1 trustee, and for the lame duck trustee and the lame duck mayor to consider voting on this is truly despicable. And if you incorporate this for mayor, it must be incorporated for all of your elections, your trustees, your judge, and everyone. Thank you.
Mr. Tom Donovan, please come to the podium, state your name and address. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and Board of Trustees. My name is Tom Donnellan. I reside at 6668 Edgewood Drive Northwest. I rise to say I would really like us to not rush into something that is just now being brought up as how to solve a problem that's been standing for many years. I really think there is some issues to be really considered and thought about and discussed rather than deciding tonight how this is to be handled. The cost of running a runoff election in which it's not part of an election that we're sharing the cost with becomes a major issue, as noted before. Also, runoff elections tend to have a lot fewer people voting, where if you do a ranked choice voting system, you get everybody that's voting gets to be able to say who is it that they want, and more people get to be included and then more voices get to be heard. But really, I think we should I really would advise creating another Citizens Advisory Committee to actually study this, get input from the residents, hear what they think, and have a conversation about it rather than suddenly tonight we're deciding what's going to happen and obligating us to possibly some significant costs in the future for this. We really need to look at what is that. I mean, a ranked choice voting is going to make a more expensive regular vote too, because it's going to take more time to calculate it. So really give us some time to talk about this and do something with it rather than being pushed as like it's an emergency, we have to decide this right now. Thank you very much.
Mr. David Gutzler, please come to the podium, state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am David Gutzler. I reside at 620 El Paraíso Road Northwest. I stand in opposition to the motion for the reasons that have already been enunciated by the previous two speakers, particularly Mr. Donnellan. I understand and actually sympathize with what I think is the motivation for developing this proposal, but I don't understand at all what the objections to ranked choice voting are expressed by the village attorney. It doesn't make any sense to me at all. We have systems in place that have been implemented elsewhere to do a ranked choice style runoff without decreasing voter participation and forcing people to vote twice. So why aren't we considering that if we want to move beyond a first past the post election system? And so I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Mr. David Montoya. I don't see him. Okay. Nancy Mangiaroni, please come forward, state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Nancy Mangiaroni, 7315 Guadalupe Trail. I will own up to having a big mouth. My apologies. Okay. Yeah, I don't think the village attorney's objections to ranked choice voting hold water. And ranked choice voting, I think, would make sense. I think I'm deeply concerned when I hear the mayor ask for a motion approving this matter rather than a motion approving or disapproving or deferring this matter. I think it's clear that there's some mayoral pull on this, with all due apologies. And I think that this coming in the wake of the last election, which was decided by kind of a narrow majority, but in which there were 4 candidates, it seems exceedingly reactionary. And we as a village should not change our voting laws on such a short notice, and especially with a, if you'll forgive me for the term, a lame duck administration. So I think that you'll earn a lot more respect by deferring this one. Okay, thank you.
Gordine McKenzie, please come forward, state your name and address. Thank. Okay, let's go to discussion from the governing body, trustee by trustee. Trustee, go ahead.
I'm terribly sorry, but I came late and didn't get to use the sign-up paper.
I can't allow you to do this. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, trustee Pacheco, you have an opportunity to speak on this matter.
I have nothing further, Mayor.
Go ahead.
I don't have anything further.
Okay, trustee Benavides.
Yes. So let me tell you why I think it's important to do this. I have no problem with ranked choice. Are we rushing it? Yeah, perhaps. But let me tell you why it's important. Because to do nothing now and to do nothing in the next administration would not be the right thing. So this basically brings it to the forefront of the attention of everyone. So I am 99% sure this is going to be revisited in the next administration, and we can look at it more carefully. I'm not saying ranked choice is a bad idea. I'm just saying this puts us all on notice that we need to look at it. Because if we did nothing, what could happen is nothing could happen in the next 4 years again. So that's why I think it's a good idea.
Trustee Radnovich.
While I agree in approach to modify our election rules, 35% is a very small amount considering it's not a majority. I agree with some of the citizens that have spoken about ranked choice. I think ranked choice is the way for Los Ranchos to go. And I don't think that our attorney was saying she was against a ranked choice voting. I think she was saying there are only two cities in the state. I believe it's Las Cruces and Santa Fe that have ranked choice voting. And I actually called a couple of the counselors that I know in Santa Fe, and it's been working really well for them. And so I think the discussion needs to be had about ranked choice voting as opposed to a special election. I don't know if the amount is correct that one of our citizens mentioned, but it could be. And I think we really need to figure that out before we vote on something at this point. So I guess my thinking is I guess I'm opposed to the language in this, and I think what Mr. Donnellan said is correct. We really need to have a village discussion about it, and maybe we've already put people on notice by bringing this to this meeting tonight. So that's my thinking about it. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome.
George, the number came from Bernalillo County Clerk's office, that it could be 900,000, 6 to 9.
Yep.
No, the floor is now closed for comments. I'm going to call for the question, call for the roll call vote. Trustee Pacheco.
Yes.
Trustee Benavides.
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich.
No.
Thank you. The motion carries 2-1. Item C, discussion and approval of CDSP 23-01, a request by Chavez Guadalupe LLC for a conservation development standards permit as allowed by section 9.2.27. The request is for a residential development in the A1 zone. If we can lower the noise out there in the audience, there are some people who want to be able to hear what is being said. This property is located at 6535 Guadalupe Trail Northwest and is legally described as a tract of land situated within the Elena Gallegos grant projected Section 29, Township 11 North, Range 3 East, New Mexico Principal Meridian, within Middle Rio Grande Conservancy District, map number 29, being all tracts of 36-A-1-E-2, 36-A-2-E, 2-2, 36-A-3-E-2, 36-A-1-F, 36A-2-F, 36A-3-F, 35A-2-A, and 62-8-2-B, Middle Rio Grande Conservancy, map number 29. This property.
36-A-2-E.
Ooh, I don't know how that happens. The property contains 9.2682 acres, more or less. I will ask each member of the governing body for a full disclosure of real or potential conflicts of interest with this item of business. Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Pacheco.
I have none.
Trustee Benavides.
Let's see, we're asking for conflicts of interest, is that right?
Yes.
I have none.
Trustee Radnovich.
No, I don't have any, Mayor.
Mayor Lopez has none. The next three items of business will be heard separately. However, all participants who signed up to speak on the CDSP-23-01, SDP 23-05, and S23-05, please stand. Attorney Winter will swear everyone in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
The applicant will now be provided an opportunity to speak. Please approach the podium. Go ahead. That's not what this says, but does it? Okay. I'm sorry. The Planning and Zoning Director, Maida Rubin, please present the application. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. This project is a request for a residential development in the A1 zone in the Guadalupe Trail character area. There are three items on the agenda, as you've mentioned, Mayor, for this request: the Conservation Development Standards Permit, the Site Development Plan, and the subdivision for this project. I'll go over some of the background for this project as a whole, and then I'll delve into each one individually for those separate items. The property is located at 6535 Guadalupe Trail Northwest. The site contains 9.268 acres, more or less, and the request includes 16 residential lots, 3 tracts for vehicular access to the site, and 3 tracts comprising the conservation area, which include a community garden, open space, and a wildlife viewing area. The project proposes 16 residential lots ranging from 0.3 to 0.43 acres, with an average lot size of 0.35 acres. There would be 2.45 acres of dedicated land for agriculture and conservation, which is 30.17% of the net acreage above the 30% required under this application. The application received the required pilot project approval from the Board of Trustees on November 9th, 2022. This allows the applicant to submit these 3 applications to the board, to the Planning Commission, and then to the board. On August 8th, 2023, the Village of Los Ranchos Planning and Zoning Commission voted 5-1 to grant the request for review and recommendation of this application, the Conservation Development Standards Permit, for the project to the Board of Trustees. As some background, staff developed the Conservation Development Pilot Project regulations and application process as guided by the 2035 Master Plan. In the plan, cluster housing or conservation development was included as an alternate from the residential development based on public input received, as shown in the plan's appendix. This form of residential development was noted to be able to achieve multiple goals of the village: to attract and retain both younger and older residents with smaller homes on smaller lots with less land to manage, and to preserve agriculture and contiguous open space. After adoption of the master plan, staff presented key questions for the ordinance to the board at their July 14th, 2021 meeting. Drafts of the ordinance were on the board agenda in November of 2021. July 14th, 2021 meeting. Drafts of the ordinance were on the board agenda. Oop, I'm in a loop, sorry. I'm gonna skip ahead. Excerpts from the ordinance are included in this report as relevant code language. The ordinance allows conservation development under pilot projects intended to test the concepts, figure out what design guidelines work, and in the future potentially adopt an ordinance allowing widespread use. A conservation development has two key components: open space preservation and a density bonus to help incentivize that preservation. Conservation development can preserve larger contiguous open space areas or agricultural land than traditional residential development by allowing houses to be built on smaller lots, typically grouped together, with the remaining land dedicated separately. And currently there is a moratorium on additional applications for this type of development, while text amendments are being proposed. So for the conservation standards, development standards permit, this application, the hope is to, the point of this application is to make sure that the requirements of section 9.2.27 are met. I included a lot of code language in this report, and there's a lot of nuance here and analysis. However, I'll touch on a couple things, and if you have questions, please let me know. Permissive uses, the proposed uses of single-family residential dwellings, agriculture, and parking incidental to those uses are permissive in the A1 zone and compliant. No conditional uses are proposed on the site at this time. Any future conditional use, such as a guest house, would need to gain conditional use approval. Legally non-conforming guest houses will be subject to 9.2.23 non-conforming uses and structures. This application meets the area requirements, including setbacks. The front and rear are 25 feet from the property line, and for this type of application, this is from the boundary of the site, not internal, so as to cluster the homes and the lots. The side setback is 15 feet from the property line. This application meets the 20% FAR table requirement with a total allowable buildable square footage for any unit on the site, including existing buildings if they are to remain, of 70,669.13 square feet. Height regulations, the underlying A1 zone limits single-story structures to 17 feet from existing grade to top of the parapet or roof pitch, and counts everything over 17 feet, again, toward the FAR. The total height limit is 26 feet from the existing grade to the top of the parapet or roof pitch, and the second story area is limited to 60% of the first story enclosed area. This requirement applies to all residentially zoned properties in the village under 9.2.7G. Compliance with this section is ensured prior to the zone review permit approval when a building permit comes in for the buildings to be built. Acequia irrigation, no relocation or discontinued use of a ditch or acequia is proposed, and it is a requirement that it is continued. Any potential relocation of the ditch or acequia is subject to approval by the Middle Rio Grande Conservancy District. Abandonment of irrigation rights by the landowner is prohibited and is included as a condition of approval. The proposed location of the dedicated land meets 9.2.27 with an area not interior to the development, located on the northeast corner. The project meets 9.2.27 with an agricultural use, community garden, and conservation use forage field. No structures are proposed in the dedicated land except for viewing platforms that do not appear to be roofed or enclosed and would not count toward the floor area ratio. The project preserves some of the existing agricultural field for conservation use as a forage field. One of the existing trees in the project area would be preserved. There was one omission in this report. The Planning Commission added a condition of approval to this item and to the other two items for this project. And so it is included in the notice of decision from the Planning Commission hearing that I have handed to you all, and I'm going to read it. It's included as item E of the notice of decision for the Planning Commission. And it reads, any dedication of open space must be perpetual, with adequate funding maintained for the perpetual operation and maintenance of such open space. Applicant is encouraged to consider legal alternatives to effectuate this condition, such that the village is afforded the opportunity to monitor, audit, and provide oversight over the applicant's commitment in this regard, including without limitation, funding commitments and covenants that run with the land. So if you intend to include that as a condition of approval with the other ones, please do mention that as well. With that, the department recommends approval of CDSP 2301, a request for a conservation development standards permit as allowed by 9.2.27 for a residential development in the A1 zone in the Guadalupe Trail character area, with the findings and conditions included in the planning report and the additional item from the Planning Commission. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you. Before we get to that, the applicant will now be provided an opportunity to speak. Please approach the podium, Mr. John Salazar. State your name and address for the record. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the Board of Trustees. My name is John Salazar. I'm here representing Chavez Guadalupe. And my home address is 4641 Los Poblanos Circle here in the village. And my remarks will be very brief. The application complies with all the ordinance requirements for a conservation development standards permit. The Planning Department report to the Village Planning Commission was favorable. The Village Planning Commission found there to be compliance and recommended approval to this board. The applicant is willing to accept all the conditions that have been proposed, including that additional condition suggested by the Planning Commission. And so Chavez Guadalupe supports the recommendation and asks that the Board of Village Trustees approves the application.
Thank you. At this time, I will call up the individuals who signed up to speak. We'll start with Bonnie Kelly. Please come forward. State your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Bonnie Kelly, 6900 Rio Grande Boulevard. Bonnie Kelly, 6900 Rio Grande Boulevard Northwest. I think that there is additional information that I just heard, but I will say what I had to say anyway. It was my understanding that under the pilot conservation ordinance, the Board of Trustees is the only body that can approve or deny the Conservation Development Standard permit as part of this development. The Planning and Zoning Commission had no authority to disapprove the permit application, even though some of the conditioners had serious concerns. Does this board have all the information, and they may, on how open space will be used, how will it be maintained, who will perform that maintenance before approving this project? Who pays for it? Are there details in place to ensure that it won't be allowed to become fallow? As a conservation pilot project, will it reflect the rural character of Los Ranchos and not just be a setback? You cannot assume that the future owners or the AHOA will do this correctly. Until all these details are in place, the Board of Trustees should not approve the Conservation Standards permit or the preliminary site plan or plat that rely on this permit. I believe Maida had some additional information, but please consider these things. Please consider these things before allowing this to happen.
Mr. Joe Craig, please come forward. State your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes. and I want to congratulate you on your election as the new mayor beginning in January of 2024.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the congratulations. Thank you for all the work that you have done as well, and the trustees. I am Joe Craig, 505 Calle del Pajarito Northwest. Sorry, Bonnie, you're shorter than I am. I think one major problem with this is 9.3.3 requirements for permits to sell, construct, and remodel real estate in the village limits. A contractor or developer must apply for an annual business license. The village-issued zone review permit shall be posted on the property in a prominent spot from the street. I cannot find a business license. And according to our ordinances, you cannot work on this approval until that happens. Thank you.
Nancy Mangiaroni, please come forward, state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Nancy Mangiaroni, 7315 Guadalupe Trail. Thank you for your indulgence. Well, it's been a long road, and I remember the first time I spoke about this property, we just had a presentation from Jim Long, and he said he was going to save a tree. And I've since spent some time walking down that acequia there, and there's this beautiful row of old trees. And as far as we know, he's going to cut them all down. And I don't see how that's consistent with a conservation project. Cutting down, 10 or 15 or 20 out of 21 trees that are there. Personally, I think we need a village ordinance protecting our trees. I think we're long overdue for one, but I just want to say that until we have a plan for the conservation space, we don't know what's going to happen with that. And we can't leave that to some homeowners association to draft the rules at a later date, or for Jim and his lawyer to draft those rules in private on their own without any oversight. So I would just beg you, please defer this action. You know, it's not going to make a huge difference to give us a little bit more time to find out a little bit more information, because we're still working on the conservation ordinances, still trying to get it right. And this is a pilot program. So a pilot program should allow for adjustments during the course of the program. And I would humbly ask Mr. Long and his attorney to consider accepting some adjustments. We're not out to stop him from making a profit or from building an example community or whatever it is. So thank you so much.
Gordine McKenzie, please come forward. State your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Gordine McKenzie, 7315 Guadalupe Trail, Northwest. I echo what the previous speakers have said, but sometimes when we think about trees going down too, we don't think about them as habitat. And when we were going through the ditch on the west side of the project over by the Nat Kaplan house, there is a huge, as Nancy said, tree canopy. A lot of us walk those ditches. A lot of us ride our bicycle on those ditches. If you're only going to preserve one tree, we're very worried about the taking down of the other trees, but we're also worried if you are really giving conservation land, what about the habitat? What about the non-human animals and where they will go? We already know we won't have migrating cranes. Will that proposed community garden provide food for wildlife, or is it something else? And I'd like more information on the site plans, and I'd like to know more about the so-called conservation in this so-called pilot project that I must say has pulled the heart out of our village by taking away a real jewel. And I still wish, Mr. Long, you would change your mind and sell it back to the village. Thank you.
Jane Silverstone, please come forward. State your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Jane Silverstone, 620 El Paraíso Road, Northwest. I'll be brief. I would like to ask you to defer any action on the 3 items related to Chavez Guadalupe and make a concerted effort for the village to try to buy this land from Mr. Long and save it as open space for the entire village. I feel like a year ago, we passed the bond issue to buy open space, but the whole southeastern corner of the village is being ignored in favor of numerous development projects. This property is really a jewel, and instead of having a conservation pilot program that's really a housing development, let's try to conserve as much of that piece of land as we can for everybody. Thank you.
Tom Donilon, please come forward. State your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening again, Mayor and Board of Trustees. My name is Tom Donilon. I reside at 6668 Edgewood Drive, Northwest, Los Ranchos de Albuquerque. One of the things that I think that's inherent in a pilot project is that there's discussion going on as to what are the alternatives? What are we getting? What are we not getting? What's being given up? What are we allowing out? And I'm not really hearing those conversations really happening in terms of what does the village get? What does the development get? And how does this benefit us all? And what I hear is a standard development project where you're going through and ticking and tying off the list of things that's there in the ordinance. And I thought this was to allow for a discussion as to what those things could be. What is the land going to be used, the open space going to be used for? How is it beneficial? We've long thought of this as it's been a lot of wildlife has lived in this spot. What is the impact going to be? We don't have a study or any information on what's the impact going to be. How is it going to change the rest of the community? They talk about the traffic being a 2% increase. Well, it's in Los Ranchos, we're a small village. A 2% increase can be a lot, and especially on a road that is already over impacted. I'm not seeing really any discussion about what is that impact. How do we adjust for this? How do we take this into account of adding almost 50% more units there than what could be built there now? I just really would like to have you and hear you actually discuss what the trade-offs are.
Expired.
Please don't just vote yes or no on this. And I would prefer a deferral and try to make it so that we know exactly what it's going to be.
Time has expired.
Thank you.
I have the name of John Salazar on my list. Are you planning to speak now, or do you want to speak at? Well, it's on the list. Okay, so you will have an opportunity at the end. Okay, David Gutzler, please come forward. State your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, trustees. My name is David Gutzler. I reside at 620 El Paraíso Road Northwest, and I am speaking in opposition to the set of proposals here, specifically with regard to the first one, because I want to acknowledge right up front that from as far as I can tell, Mr. Long and Chavez Guadalupe have met the rules that were set. My objection is that the nature of those rules and how they were set. So this conservation pilot program was developed in poorly advertised and poorly attended meetings during the pandemic. Since then, attempts by the neighborhood to provide input, comments, anything have been perceived to be just dismissed and denigrated by you. And in response, the community has, in some kind of abominable ways in these meetings, dismissed and denigrated your judgment. And I feel bad about that, but we are extremely frustrated at the way this was set up. The pilot conservation program is a failure. It does not provide any conservation in any meaningful way and comes across as just a game that allows higher density development in a space that is a prime piece, one of the largest pieces of open space within the village already. So I ask you to defer judgment and allow more discussion for the nature of this sort of development and whether the village, in conjunction with the owner of the property, can come to some agreement that works out as a win-win situation for everyone. Thank you.
Michelle Smiley, is she here? Okay. Emily Soderholm, are you here? Cedarholm. Okay, please come forward. State your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Emily Cedarholm. I reside at 617 El Paraíso Road Northwest. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and trustees. Let me begin by saying I really do love the field. I mean, I really love the field. People are talking about the trees. We see owls and porcupines in them, coyotes in the field. It's really, really a special place. Nature is a core value for me. Being in it, protecting it, preserving it, respecting it. And the one thing I love most about the field is that not only does it serve an important purpose, it feeds the livestock in the area, but people have a minimal impact in there. So it's different than open space because it has this wildness that you don't see in a lot of spaces. But what is upsetting me right now is that I understand that Mr. Long can still build on the property. He can put more houses on there, but it would be at a much smaller scale. And the thing that I'm thinking about at this point is, yes, we might lose the open space, but as I said, once you let people in there, it's a different picture exactly. And I would rather have the possibility of maybe 9 to 24 new neighbors and the potential of 24 to what, 60? 75, 80? I mean, what are we talking with the casitas and all the other aspects of it? And we also have no idea what the impact of the monstrosity on 4th and Osuna is going to have. So at this point, I'm just imagining, even with that alone, Osuna itself is going to end up being a parking lot at about 5 o'clock each day. And I don't think that there could possibly be an accurate traffic report from them until we know how that building affects the traffic when it's ready and done. So that is another reason why I urge you to defer, at least until that becomes clear what the impact is on the village. Thank you.
Mr. John Salazar, do you have any closing remarks to address the comments? Please approach the podium. You have 5 minutes. Please remain at the podium.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do have just a few comments. Incidentally, on the condition that the Village Planning Commission added, suggesting they wanted some assurance that there would be preservation of the open space. In response to that, the applicant did submit a proposed covenant to be placed on the property to be run with the land forever, and a proposed maintenance agreement to which the village would be a party so they could enforce it. And the homeowners association will have the responsibility of raising the funds to maintain it. And those documents have been reviewed by the village attorney. So the applicant understands that it's a valid point, and we're happy to comply with that. Now, with regard to the trees that were discussed, this grove of trees, it will be there following the development because that grove of trees is not on the site. It's to the west of the site. So that will remain. Everybody will be able to continue to enjoy the grove of trees. And with regard to deferral, some people suggest maybe it should be deferred. That would be unfair to the applicant. This matter has been pending for since 2022.
You cannot speak. Please allow this individual time to speak. Let's be courteous. Thank you.
That would be unfair to the applicant, who's complied with all of the requirements, all of the ordinance. The planning department has reviewed it. Your planning commission has reviewed it. There's been total compliance. And if there's compliance, the applicant is entitled to approval. So it would be very unfair to the applicant to defer it for no reason, no valid reason. And then the question was made about, well, we would like to discuss this more. We're beyond the point of discussion. But all the discussion occurred about the project and whether it should be approved when you approved the project. The village trustees approved the project. There was an appeal. There was a challenge to the trustee approval. It was taken to district court, and the state district court upheld the approval of the village, finding that everything was in compliance with the rules and regulations of the village. And that decision of the district court was not appealed. So your prior decision approving the project has been upheld and verified. So we're beyond that. Now we're talking about technical issues. Was there compliance with the standards for the Conservation Development Standards permit? And then next, was there compliance with the requirements for a site development plan? And next, was there compliance with the requirements for approval of a plat? Those are all just technical issues. The discussion has already taken place about the project. So we're beyond that point. And then I've got to admire, I believe it was Mr. Gutzler who acknowledged that the applicant has met all the requirements that the village requires for approval of this permit. And he indicated, though he was a little bit upset maybe that the rules weren't what they should have been. But the rules are what they are. And there's been compliance with the rules of the village. So the applicant is entitled to approval. And then there was some discussion about, well, let's look for a win-win now and defer. Well, that's not a win-win. The applicant is entitled to approval, but that doesn't preclude somebody, if they want to propose something after the approval, there's still opportunities to look for another situation. So it doesn't preclude anybody from pursuing any other avenue of trying to work with Mr. Long or Chavez Guadalupe. So with that, Mr. Mayor and members of the Village Board of Trustees, we would ask that you adopt the recommendation of your planning department and approve the application as submitted with the conditions that have been suggested. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to ask the Board of Trustees if there are any questions or comments. Before I do that, however, I need a motion to approve CDSP 23-01.
I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve CDSP 23-01.
I need a second.
I will second that.
Now we're going to go to questions or comments from each individual trustee. Trustee Pacheco.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I first want to say that I was a part of the 2035 Master Planning Committee. We met for nearly a year with multiple meetings during that time to hear from residents, not only about the types of housing that we were going to want to incorporate into the village, but other items as well. But we worked long hours. We worked with hundreds of citizens, even though, I hear sometimes people say that they didn't know. We had many citizens attending these meetings that we worked with. We had professionals coming in to discuss alternative housing in these meetings. We worked very, very hard as authors of the 2035 master plan. So when I hear people come up and say that, this is just something that just appeared during COVID, we were meeting in 2017 through 2018 about the 2035 master plan, which incorporated the conservation pilot project. That has been discussed since that time. What I also feel like we failed to hear is this is privately owned land. I really can't even fathom that some of you would just want to adhere to some of these rules and regulations that you're trying to impose on a private landowner. This organization has worked long and hard with this community for over the last, since 2021, to kind of come up with, new ideas, kind of things that will work, trim down the number of houses that were originally proposed. He has been working with the community. And the community, as much as you want to say you haven't been involved, you've been involved. I just want to double check with would you like to get up and do that, ma'am?
Please, let's have some decorum. Let's have some decorum in this building, okay?
Anyway, I'd like to ask the planning director, has this complied with everything that we as a body had agreed that this was going to comply with? Is the FAR met? Did you double check that?
There it goes.
Mayor and trustee, the requirements have been met. The FAR has been double checked and verified.
Okay, I think I have said my piece. I'm comfortable with this motion. I think it's taken us many years to get to this point, and I think that with all the discussion, with all the changes that we've made as a body to make this work, I'm comfortable moving this forward. Thank you.
Trustee Benavides.
Yes. This is what I've learned from all the lawsuits that have been filed against the village. Does the application meet the requirements, or does it not meet the requirements? So the mayor-elect brought up Village Code 9.3.3, I think it was, something about business license. Mado, does that apply here?
Mayor, trustee, I need a moment to review it. It applies to any development in the village, but let me see how it applies here. One moment. Can you recite the section
Does Attorney
again?
Nan Winter have, maybe she could answer that.
Do we need to take a 10-minute recess for you to be able to answer that question? Because this is a critical issue.
Well, maybe she can answer. Let's see.
Mayor, trustee, I just want to reiterate something that Mr. Salazar pointed out. This application for this pilot project was approved in 2022.
Yes.
Friends of Los Ranchos appealed your decision, citing 7 to 8 reasons why it should not be approved. And on October 12th of 2023, just a month and a half ago, the district court rejected that appeal and found that your approval of this project was in compliance with all of your regs and ordinances.
All right.
Mayor, trustee, so the requirements of 9.3.3 have to do with realtor parcel permits, contractor or developer applying for an annual business license. I believe that was what was cited. These have to do with ZRPs, the approval to go to Bernalillo County for a building permit. So anyone who is doing construction work within the village has to have a business license to conduct business in the village. So that's what that is pertaining to.
We're not there yet.
We're not there yet.
Correct.
Okay. So that answers that. So let me say, let's talk about the discussion. Why don't we have discussion? And I agree with what Trustee Sandra Pacheco said. The time for discussion was when this ordinance was being drafted, and back in November 9th, 2022, when this was brought before the Board of Trustees. And by the way, at that November 9th meeting, the former attorney for the Friends of Los Ranchos, Mel Eves, spoke in favor of this project. So you should note that. You should also note that a property owner has rights. And the alternative is he could put 9 1-acre lots. So the reason it's called a conservation project is because he doesn't do that. And he leaves almost 2.5 acres as open space. So you have to weigh those choices. And yes, okay, so discussion. What more can we do about discussion? Well, guess what? The Citizens Advisory Committee is having discussions now. If you feel like you've been left out, stay plugged into what's being discussed, because really what's being proposed is not that much different than what we see before us today. Just a few less houses and just a little bit more open space is all you will see. Now, the point still remains that what we have before us is based upon the ordinance back in November 9th of 2022. So that's all I have to say about that. Thank you.
Trustee Radnovich.
I have a few questions for Maida and then probably some questions for the applicant. Maida, just to make sure, because I was confused by what some people said about more trees. I did look at this site plan very closely, and is the acequia that is to the west of the property part of the property, or is that a right-of-way? Is that part of the properties to the west of that acequia? Who owns that?
Mayor, trustee, the applicant or agent may be able to answer this quicker than me, but I'm going to pull up the site plan. The acequia, again, is to remain. The water rights are not to be severed. So would you like to offer some comments?
Let me ask Mr. Scott Schreiber to come up and answer that question.
And could we pull up that site plan on the TV? Because I have a few other questions about it. We can't.
Go ahead, Scott.
Mayor, trustees, that is a separate parcel of land that the acequia is on and goes through the middle. I think it's about a 90-foot.
Not the one through the middle, the one to the west.
To the west. Yeah, the acequia runs through the middle of the parcel that I'm not sure who owns it, but we do not. Our land is to the west of it. It's probably the Middle Rio Grande District's property, but I don't know exactly whose property. It's nothing we control, and it would certainly be a public entity that would own that property. And that is where that line of trees are on that property.
So Guadalupe Chavez does not have any control of those trees along that acequia?
Correct.
Were you planning to keep any of the trees around the old Nat Kaplan or Altman home?
we'll try to preserve all the trees that we can on the site. But when someone purchased their lot, they would be in control of what they do, and then the permitting process, whatever it requires, would control what happens.
Okay. Are the casitas that are there Adobe-like the Nat Kaplan home?
Yes, they are.
They are. Maida, I know you weren't here. Nan, I believe you were. Who was actually on that committee and Sandra, you were on the committee. Who actually was on that committee? And I know this has no place in today's discussion other than just kind of an FYI.
One person that I know for sure was JT, Drew Seavey. JT, and you might be able to help me out here. Dick Lavers, Tim McDonough. Who else was on there?
I think if you go to the master plan.
It's all listed there.
I see.
But we had not only planning commissioners, trustees. Well, I don't know if we had trustees at that time because we were planning commissioners at the time. Staff and community members. And like I said, we met,
There were many.
for over a year.
There have been comments made that the developer of this property was on that committee.
I don't believe so.
Nope.
I do,
Okay.
JT, you would know that. No, the answer is
Okay.
no.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to be clear about that. Let's see, bear with me, because I have quite a few. This is a question for you, Maida, I believe. Can we disallow casitas on this property, on this plan?
Mayor and trustees, that is a condition that could be placed on the application. However, each casita is a proposed new casita would have to go through the conditional use process, just like any other casita in the village. So there would be notice to neighbors, and if there were negative comments, it would get kicked to the Planning Commission for a decision. So it's kind of a separate question, but I assume it could be conditioned.
Okay.
And if I may, also, any proposed casitas would have to be within the allowable floor area ratio that's already there. So this would not be additional floor area.
So that would be, the casitas would be included in that 70,000 square foot total square footage for the buildings.
Correct. So as the sites develop, staff would tally where they are based on their total. If each lot is apportioned out a certain amount of floor area ratio, they could apply for a conditional use permit to use part of that kind of depends how the developer would like to move forward. But again, it would have to be within that total anyway and approved under another permit.
Okay, excellent. I've had a lot of experience with covenants over the years of my professional work, and covenants are not legally binding, really. And if they are, some people say they are, but most of the time nobody goes after anyone, including places like High Desert, because it's just not worth it to the homeowners associations. So I worry about that. And so can we place conditions? Let me back up for a minute. I hear what a lot of the citizens are saying. And I worry about the open space. And the open space is not very well defined. So I'm planning on making a condition, or at least proposing one, that would give us better definition of what that open space is and put requirements on that open space that need to be met by the developer. Landscape requirements and management requirements. And I did read the maintenance example or proposed maintenance example that you included in the package, but it doesn't go far enough, in my opinion. And so what I am going to propose is that we not only have a more defined landscape plan that shows habitat areas versus agricultural areas, and I realize that landscape plans aren't required, but this is a condition, or would be. I also want to make a condition that that the acequia water that Dr. Altman was using is used again on the open space for the development. I would like us to see that before anything gets built. I think what the public is bringing up is really important. And I know as a professional that 2.5 acres of open space is enough for cranes. It is enough for snow geese. It is enough for other kinds of wildlife, but it has to be handled correctly to allow and attract that kind of wildlife. And so these conditions are something I intend to propose to all of us in our deliberations here tonight. And I want to know if that is, if I can.
Mr. Mayor, Trustee Red, may I speak to that?
Sure. Please.
Okay, first, your first point about covenants, and I understand what you're saying about some people choose not to enforce them, but covenants are binding. A covenant is a declaration placed on property, and everybody who takes title to a lot within the area that is covenanted is subject to the covenants. And it's a contract between all the people within a subdivision, and they can be enforced by either the homeowners association or any lot owner can enforce the covenants against any other lot owner because it's a contract.
I understand that, John.
So it is legally binding. Now, whether somebody chooses to enforce it is another question. But do recall that your planning commission added a condition which is acceptable to the developer, and that is that there be covenants on this land that would ensure that the open space will be maintained, preserved. And in addition to the covenant, which has been reviewed by your village council, there's also a proposed maintenance agreement.
Yep.
And it's between the village and the developer. So the village can enforce it if the developer doesn't maintain the open space, and the open space maintenance agreement has an attachment, which is a description of the open space, which goes to your point. You want to know exactly what the open space is. That would be Exhibit A to this maintenance agreement. And this maintenance agreement indicates that the association is responsible for maintaining the open space, and it gets its funds to do so by assessing all of the lot owners. So there's a funding mechanism. And it goes further. And it provides if for any reason the association doesn't maintain the open space, the village can go in there and do it and then assess the association. And because of lien rights and all, you could take the property if you had to. So there's no question that open space is going to be maintained, which the developer's happy to do because it makes the remaining lots more valuable. That's an amenity not only for the village, but for the development.
Understood. However, I've seen many cases in my experience that those kinds of things have fallen through the cracks. So I would like higher definition of what that means, is what I'm saying.
Right, and that can be taken care of in the open space and maintenance agreement.
Agreed.
Which is it's going to be between the village and the developer.
Agreed, and so I understand.
And your counsel, you've got very able counsel that will make sure they hear you. and they'll make sure that what you intend is put into effect, and we're fine with that. That's our intent.
Understood, understood. So Maida or Nan, if we put in the agreement, if we put in tonight's proceedings, a condition that a plan that's much more detailed than what I've seen on anything is developed for that open space, that would define specifically what's going to happen there and specifically what is going to be a part of the maintenance and management there. Can that be voted on and put into the conditions that we have made? And then how would we, and this has, I'm going to try to be careful in the way I say this. I often asked for something like this when our last administrator was here, when Ann Simon was here, and I never really got much, if anything, when I asked for those things. Can we, even if it's just me, see that in the future so that we can help in the process of approval of the actual plans?
A lot to unpack there, Mayor and Trustee. Okay, so a couple things. Just want to make sure it's understood that the HOA document and covenants document that it's proposed, it's still in draft form. It needs to be acceptable to the village before it is finalized. So that is in draft. It's included in the packet, but again, is a draft. As I understand it, the board can condition pretty much anything you would like to. However, I'm trying to find it really quick. I just want to point out that it's there's a difference between the open space that's dedicated and the landscaping. And I'm looking for that requirement, but landscaping is optional, I believe, as part of this application. And I want to just make sure that that's, I'm going to find it for you though, before you quote me.
And one other thing that's attached to that, the landscape plan that's in the subdivision, the site development plan in the other two cases tonight, I would like to also make it a condition that it be purely native landscaping to the valley. And it isn't right now. So I'd like to make that a condition as well. I'm trying to do everything I can to listen to these voices in the public that will make this habitat and native landscaping and do the things we want it to do as a open space that works.
And additionally, Mayor and Trustee, again, conditions can be placed on this application, but I want to also point out that while it's been an increasingly large part of the discussion for proposed edits to this ordinance to include a detailed management plan, that is not one of the requirements of this ordinance at this time.
Understood.
So I just wanted to point that out.
And I do want to say to the developer that I'm on the Citizen Advisory Committee that's looking at this ordinance, and it is going to be pretty similar to the one as Trustee Benavides just said. However, the density requirements and the FAR are going away. So I would also, and this is more of a request, not a condition, because I know you're following all the rules, that I would request that if you can see it, how should I put it? If you would be willing to take another look at the density and try to bring that down a little bit more, I would appreciate it as a trustee. I'm not going to make that a condition, but I'm requesting it.
Are you done with your comments?
I am, Mayor.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. We have a second. Does the person who made the motion want to make any amendments?
No. And let me back up just a little bit, Mayor, because I think I failed to make the motion with recommendation of the conditions that were applied to this.
Yes.
So I do want to recommend that we approve the conditions as well, but I do not want to make any other conditions.
Do we have a second for that?
I will update my second to include all the recommended conditions.
Okay, the floor is now closed for comments. I'm going to call
So
for.
Mayor, may I?
You, of course you can.
So you're saying you don't accept any of my conditions?
No.
Okay,
The P and Z conditions.
all right.
Right.
Going to call for the question. Call for the roll call vote. Trustee Pacheco.
Yes.
Trustee Benavides.
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich.
No.
Motion carries 2-1. I recommend a 5-minute recess. Please come back at 10 minutes till 7.
Why wouldn't you?
You can't make conditions open-ended, like, you know, it's just like more detailed. I don't know. You were just told that. You'd have to verbalize.
get a proper.
Okay, there it is. The meeting is reconvened at 6:57 PM. We now take up item D, discussion and approval of SDP 23-05, a request by Chavez Guadalupe LLC for a preliminary site development plan as allowed in section 9.2.27. The request is for a residential development in the A1 zone in the Guadalupe Trail area, character area. The property is located at 6535 Guadalupe Trail Northwest and is legally described as a tract of land situated within the Elena Gallegos grant, projected section 29, township 11 north, range 3 east, New Mexico principal meridian, within MRGCD map number 21 being all of the tracts. 36-A-1-E-2, 36-A-2-E-2, 36-A-3-E-2, 36-A-1-F, 36-A-2-F, 36-A-3-F, 35A-2-A, and 62-8-2-B, MRGCD map number 29. The property contains 9.2682 acres more or less. I will ask each member of the governing body for a full disclosure of real or potential conflicts of interest with this item of business, and in addition, whether there has been any ex parte communication with that trustee on this matter. Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Pacheco.
None.
Trustee Benavides.
No conflict of interest, but yes, ex parte communication with Mayor-elect Craig. So that was him asking me on the telephone to defer these three items related to the Guadalupe Chavez Conservation Development Project.
Trustee Radnovich.
No, none.
Any ex parte?
No ex parte.
Thank you. Mayor Lopez, no conflicts and no ex parte. Planning and Zoning Director Maida Rubin, please present the application.
Thank you, Mayor. This application is a request for approval of a site development plan as allowed in 9.2.27 for the same residential development we've been discussing in the A1 zone in the Guadalupe Trail character area. I'm not going to go into the case history because we've already discussed it quite thoroughly, but if you have any questions, please let me know. The site development plan discusses how all of the elements on the site will be situated. This includes items such as permissive and conditional uses on the site, area regulations, the floor area ratio, height of the buildings, setbacks, acequia irrigation, dedicated land, and roadway standards, among other items, but they are largely duplicative to the previous analysis that was discussed. So please let me know if you have any questions. I don't want to repeat myself too much. The department recommends the Board of Trustees approve Site Development Plan 2305, a residential site development plan in the A1 zone in the Guadalupe Trail character area, with the findings and conditions included in the report, and in addition, the same Planning Commission additional condition of approval. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Okay, before we get to that, the applicant will now be provided an opportunity to speak. John Salazar, please approach the podium, state your name and address for the record. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the Village Board of Trustees. John Salazar, 4641 Los Poblanos Circle, here in the village, representing Chavez Guadalupe. And we would just say we certainly agree with and support the recommendation of your planning department. This site development plan has gone through the approval process. The applicant has complied with all the requirements of the village for site development plan approval. There was a favorable planning department report that went to your village planning and zoning commission. Your village planning and zoning commission has recommended approval of this site development plan. And now you've got the most current recommendations to the Board of Trustees from your planning department recommending approval and indicating compliance with all of the requirements. So with that, we support all of the recommendations which have come to you on this site development plan and request your approval of the site development plan.
At this time, I'll call up those who chose to speak on this. Bonnie Kelly, please come forward. State your name and address for the record. You defer. Thank you. Joe Craig, please come forward. You state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. Joe Craig, 505 Calle del Pajarito Northwest. I would like to go back to 9.3.3. Maida, would you mind reading this? Can you pull that up, or would you like to read? Or I'd be happy to read it for you.
How long will it take you to read it, Maida?
It's 2 lines.
Mayor, not long, but I went to a different section of code. Would you like to read it, or do you want me to find
I'll be happy. Number 2, a contractor or developer must apply for an annual business license per 3.1. The village issues zone review permit shall be posted on the property in a prominent spot visible from the street. I'm going to repeat that. A contractor or developer, which is what we have here, must apply. You cannot be hearing this. They have to go back and have the business permit and redo the permitting. Must.
Thank you. Okay. Nancy Mangiaroni, please come forward. You have 2 minutes. State your name and address for the record. Thank you. Isn't that what it says here? M-A-N-G-E-R-O-N-I?
That's an M-A-N.
Oh, I'm sorry. N-A-N, Manaroni. Mangiaroni. Okay, it's Mangiaroni. Sorry.
Important to get those details right. Nancy Nangeroni, 7315 Guadalupe Trail. So we all just heard George really do a nice job of trying to accommodate residents' concerns and assure that this land will be friendly to wildlife, this conservation land, which is the primary concern of most of us, I think. But I don't know, what was so terrible about adding that as a condition? Why couldn't that have been attached? I don't understand that, because it seems to me that Trustees Pacheco and Benavides and the mayor have decided all these things in advance,
No.
And what we say makes
No.
no difference.
No,
That's
No.
what I'm seeing.
no.
I'm seeing that and I'm hearing it. I thought George did an excellent job of presenting a really even-handed, helpful suggestion that would have really helped with a lot of people here in terms of how they feel about things. To see this Board of Trustees take a positive step in response to the citizens' concerns. That is your job.
Thank you. Gordine McKenzie, please come forward. Are you still here?
I'm here, but I'm past.
Okay, sorry. Jane Silverstone, do you want to come forward? Tom Donnellan, do you want to come forward?
Good evening once again, Mayor and trustees. My name is Tom Donnellan. I reside at 6668 Edgewood Drive Northwest, Los Ranchos de Albuquerque. And again, in response to what you said, Trustee Pacheco, that there were chances and people participated in talking about the general's ideas and concepts. What we're talking about now is a particular application for resulting in that at a particular site. At that point, the notion for me what a pilot project is about having a discussion. How does this fit? We have this ideal. Now then, what are the particulars and how do they fit? And that's what I'd like to hear a discussion on. I'd like to know exactly how are we going to make sure that this land doesn't turn out to be like the land over at the Unser property that's become derelict. We don't have an agreement that says it. They say they're going to make an agreement with the developer. Is the developer going to be here in 100 years? They're probably not even going to be a part of that development in 20 years. So then if you can only go back to the developer to fix that, you don't have a way to do it because they don't have responsibility for the land. You need the details completed to be able to know that what's being proposed here, which is in large part good, and yes, it fits within all the check boxes that were set up, but there's still concerns that need to be addressed, and you're not addressing them. You're ducking them, and you're avoiding them by not saying you need to see the specifics of how this is being done. And to me, you're not listening to us as citizens, and you're riding your lame duck coattails out of office and not listening to the citizens say, we have concerns here. Yes, some of these are really, I will admit, are really beyond what can be put on private property.
Time has expired.
Your time is up, sir.
Thank you very much.
Emily Soderholm, are you still here? Marcia Smiley? Diana Clark. Oh yeah, Marcia, go ahead, sorry.
Before we get started, we need to swear her in, please.
Yeah, you weren't sworn in, I don't believe. Please.
Correct.
Please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. Hello, Marcia Smiley, 623 El Paraiso Road Northwest. I only have a few comments. During the last election campaign, all of the trustees and mayoral candidates spoke about wanting to have more open conversations with us, the citizens, and having to listen to us and our desire for better and more open communication. And our concern right now is to keep Los Ranchos rural. Only about 30 residents received this notice in the mail, and only about the Guadalupe Chavez development. This concerns the entire village, and it impacts the entire village. It's not just the few neighbors within the 300 and 400 feet. If this is a public notice, it should be for the entire public. When Mayor Abraham was alive, he was in talks with the Altmans and specifically had said there was money in the village coffers to buy this property outright. Unfortunately, he died and that dialogue died with him. Gail, when you were at the planning and zoning, you told me this purchase of this land had to be on a ballot. That did not happen. Anderson Field was not on the ballot. The purchase of the 4th and Osuna property was not on a ballot. The sale of the property for 4th and Osuna was not on a ballot. This is all lack of communication. When Jim bought this property, he gave 30 days notice to the tenants to move out between November the 30th and January during those 30 days. Then he came in and he remodeled the casitas and the main house, and I talked with the super in charge, and he said the intent
The
was
speaker's
for...
time has expired.
Your time is up, ma'am.
I would just like to say that the other developments along the Chavez and Guadalupe corridor, none of them were built on agricultural irrigated land. None of them only have one entrance, and that includes both El Cab North and South. This is an overdeveloped for that 9 acres.
Your time is up,
I
ma'am.
appreciate your time, and I would love for you to defer this for further conversation and when we have a full board of trustees. Thank you very much for your time.
Diana Clark, are you here? Please come forward. State your name and address. You have 2 minutes.
Attorney Winter, will you please swear in Ms. Clark?
Yes. I do. First of all, I want to thank you, Danielle, for letting me speak, as I was late and wasn't able to talk before. And I do want to speak a little bit about what happened just previously on item number C. I appreciate what George had tried to do because he at least listened to us. And I feel that the rest of the trustees have not listened to us. But one of the reasons why I'm talking tonight is to Mr. Long. He is taking an area that has been a beautiful area for the whole village. And I understand that he wants to develop it, he owns it. But in previous talking tonight, somebody said, well, he owns the property so he can do what he wants to do with it. Then why does he have to come to the village to ask for special favors? If he was just doing it like he does as a normal person, owning the property and doing it like he should be, like the rest of us are doing, not asking for special things, then he wouldn't have to come here. So it's kind of a little bit of iffy thing that I'm hearing when they say, oh, he owns the property, he can do it. Secondly, I live on El Paraiso. I'm sorry, I didn't give you my address, did I? Okay, it's 601 El Paraiso Road Northwest. I live on El Paraiso. He is going to put in 32 at least houses, maybe up to 40, we don't know.
No.
But quite a bit of number of houses. Every one of those houses is going to have at least 4 cars a day running on my street. I would like to see you listen to us that live on El Paraiso. We have a neighborhood association. We would like to discuss with the village to see what you can do to help our neighborhood, that we're not impacted by all of these houses that are going in on our street. And that's what I'd like to see you talk to us about. Thank you very much.
At this time, Mr. Salazar, do you have any closing remarks to address the comments? Please approach the podium. You have 5 minutes. Please remain at the podium.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the Board of Trustees, just a few comments. Mr. Craig mentions the business license section. That's not applicable to this situation. This is a land use approval. All the requirements for the land use approval have been met, and the applicant's entitled to approval. Now, if there's going to be development, actual development or construction, perhaps then at that point the license would be required to develop or to construct. But this is just the land use approval. So it's not applicable. And then, again, it was repeated that folks would like to discuss the project was discussed before you did your original approval. And if you recall, there was a lot of discussion about this project before you gave your approval as a pilot project. So, and then a legitimate question was asked about, well, we're not going to, people in this room aren't going to be here 100 years from now. How do we know it's going to be enforced? That's the purpose of covenants. Covenants are placed on property. They're of record. They run with the land. So they're there as long as the term of the covenants provides. And usually there's provisions for extension, and many covenants extend 100 years or more possibly. So that's how that's handled. It's true. It's not for the life of our lives, the duration of our lives. It's the duration of the provisions in the covenants that are applied to the land. Anybody who takes a deed to the land takes it subject to the covenants. And, again, mentioned, why don't you defer? And again, the applicant is entitled to an approval. It would be unfair to the applicant to defer. So with that, Mr. Mayor, members of the Board of Trustees, we would ask your approval of the site plan as proposed and as recommended by your planning department.
Before I get to any questions or comments from the board or the applicant, I need a motion to approve SDP 23-05.
I'll make a motion to approve SDP 23-05 with, do the conditions follow this application as well? The P&Z conditions?
Mayor and trustee, that it's the same language and it was proposed for this one as well, for each one.
Okay, so I'll add that to my motion.
I need a second.
I will second that as Trustee Pacheco stated.
Okay, we're going to go trustee by trustee for questions and comments. Trustee Pacheco.
Yes.
Questions. Sorry.
No, I have no questions.
Trustee Benavides.
I do have questions. Okay. Okay, so for the previous application, there was discussion about, why didn't we include more details and specifics? It just sounds so open-ended, and I didn't feel like we could articulate anything here. And besides that, it was beyond the requirements. And in regards to native grasses, I really don't care if he has native grasses or if he has alfalfa or he plants sorghum. That is not, I don't care. This is agricultural property. He can, if he wants to do that, I think that's fine. So looking at the application, please stay there, but this would be for Maida. So the application says site development plan, preliminary and final application. So is it both then?
No, it's preliminary. Am I correct, Beta?
So the way, Mayor and trustee, that it's written in the approval matrix for our ordinances is that the preliminary site plan is reviewed and recommended by the Planning Commission, and the final is approved by the board. So this is for the final site development plan. It is the same. It's written a little strangely. Does that make sense?
But this is not the final site development plan approval process, correct? It's preliminary.
This is the site development plan approval that will go before you for a vote on this property.
No, but what we're doing right now, isn't it called preliminary?
It is for the final, and let me find the approval matrix for you. And I apologize if that's miswritten, but let me find the...
It says
again...
preliminary. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
No, it was noticed as preliminary. That is correct. But I want Maida to answer the question because there's confusion going on now.
Yeah.
We got to get it straight, okay?
Just a moment.
It is preliminary.
Yeah.
Okay, so the site development plan, again, recommendation by the Planning Commission for the preliminary site development plan Site development plan final is approved by the board, and those are the only 2 times it comes before each body. So preliminary to the planning commission, final to the board, that may be a typo, I apologize, but this is
Why-
the
Maida,
approval.
Let me interject. Then why did we advertise this as a preliminary site plan approval? Why did we do that?
I believe it was carried over, and
Danielle, do you have an answer to that, or do you understand what may have happened?
Mayor and trustees, this was provided to me by planning and zoning.
Okay.
no, it
Well,
would be my error. I
All that we
apologize.
can approve tonight is a preliminary site plan,
Okay.
in my opinion.
So
That's all we can
back
approve.
then, or? Okay.
Do you have any comments about that? Attorney
Mr.
Stahl?
Mayor, we understand if it was advertised as preliminary, we would just ask for preliminary approval of the site plan.
That's the way it has to go. And so when
Since
we
it was
vote on this-
advertised, it should be final because it was recommended by the planning commission, which did the preliminary, but it was advertised as preliminary, so we believe you could only approve it as a preliminary
That's
site
my
plan.
opinion.
Okay.
It's, the approval has to be preliminary, and then it goes from there, okay? Go
Okay.
ahead, Trustee Benavides.
Okay, so I'm glad we got that settled.
Good.
So what we're doing now is not actually a requirement for us to do, but it does establish how we would vote on it at the moment, right?
May I interject? We discussed this before, exactly this point. Maybe you don't quite remember. No. Okay? But we did.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so, in regards to covenants, I believe they are enforceable, as you say. I think the issue that's being brought up and by Trustee Radnovich is that they are not enforced by the village. So I think we ought to at least put something in our language where covenants related to our open space in regards to the conservation development project, it be enforceable by the village.
May I speak to
We
that?
don't, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt you. May I speak to that point?
Yes, please.
Go right ahead.
No, there's covenants, and then there's a proposed separate maintenance agreement between the village and the development by which the village can enforce the maintenance of the open space. So that's being proposed, that's in the package. So the developer is willing to enter an agreement with the village, which gives the village the authority to enforce the open space and to make sure that it's maintained. So it meets what you're suggesting. It's there.
So you would be okay if the village was to enforce the covenants?
Well, the covenants are a private agreement between parties. The village is not a party to the covenants because the covenants go on the land. But there would be a separate, there is proposed a separate agreement between the developer and the village, which gives the village enforcement power.
Right,
So in our maintenance agreement, we could repeat the covenants?
correct.
Yes, you can.
Okay. I suggest we do that.
This is not a time for discussion. That time is over. Okay, please, go ahead, Trustee Benavides.
I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Radnovich.
I would like to again add conditions to the approval, that a full landscape plan that's more detailed than the one we saw be done for the open space. That there is, on the plan, it says proposed connection to the acequia for open space. I'd like to make sure that that actually happens and that it's not proposed, but it's a given. I'd like the management plan to be more specific in terms of how it's going to be taken care of. Again, the El Prado development over on Rio Grande is not being maintained at all. And I have a question for Maida. I had another question. And maybe this is a question for the developer too. Scott, I think you said at the P&Z meeting that the fire department was requiring 2 entrances. is that actually the case? Because nothing that I saw says that. Sorry.
Come to the podium. State your name and address for the record.
Yeah, Scott Schreiber, 9400 Del Arroyo Northeast, Albuquerque, New Mexico. No, as far as I know, they approved our plan, and our plan had the 2 entrances.
I see.
Would they approve a plan without 2 entrances? I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Thank you for that answer. I'd like to also add a condition that the second entrance be fire access only and closed most of the time. That's it. Thank you,
Okay.
Mayor.
At this time, I am going to close the floor for comments. Do the trustees want to amend the motion and/or the second?
No.
Okay, I'm going to call for the question, call for the roll call vote. Trustee Pacheco?
Yes.
Trustee Benavides?
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich?
I just want to state before I vote that this is not because I believe that the applicant did follow all the rules. Everything was done correctly, but I'm voting no because I wanted more conditions put on the case.
The motion carries 2-1. We're going to go to item E now. Discussion and approval of S23-05, a request by Chavez Guadalupe LLC for a preliminary plat for a major subdivision as allowed in section 9.2.27. The request is for a residential development in the A1 zone in the Guadalupe Trail area. The property is located at 6535 Guadalupe Trail Northwest and is legally described as a tract of land situated within the Elena Gallegos Grant, projected section 29, township 11, north, range 3 east, New Mexico principal meridian within MRGCD map number 29 being all of the tracts 36-A-E1-1-E-2, 36-A-2-E-2, 36-A-3-E-2, 36-A-1-F, 36-A-2-F, 36-A-3-F, 35-A-2-A, and 62-8-2-B MRGCD map number 29. The property contains 9.2682 acres more or less. At this time, I will ask each member of the governing body for a full disclosure of real or potential conflicts of interest with this item of business, or whether or not there has been ex parte communication. Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Pacheco.
I have none.
Trustee Benavides.
No conflict of interest, just the same ex parte communication with Mayor-elect Joe Craig in regards to deferring these 3 items.
Trustee Radnovich.
I have no conflict of interest.
Mayor Lopez, none. Okay, Planning and Zoning Director Maida Rubin, please present the application.
Thank you, Mayor. This application is, again, a request for approval of a preliminary plat for a major subdivision as allowed in 9.2.27 in the A1 zone in the Guadalupe Trail character area. The same case history applies, obviously, so I won't go into that back history, but the relevant code language for this, which again is to divide the property per the site development plan. There are several code sections that apply to the request. So 9.1, subdivision, vacation, and development, and its various sections, which discusses the requirements for a plat and improvements for a major subdivision. And then second, 9.2.27, conservation development standards permit, which I've gone into the analysis previously on the other cases. Procedures and submission requirements for plats. The applicant has submitted an application as directed, which is in conformance with the provisions of this article. The application did not require a sketch plat as other major subdivisions do per this section, per 9.2.27. Proof of financial responsibility on the part of the subdivider, that will be in the form of a subdivision improvement agreement, which is required for the final plat. There were no additional supplementary materials required by the Planning Commission outside of their proposed condition of approval. The required improvements: upon approval of the preliminary plat, a subdivision improvements agreement and installation insurance will be required as specified in that section. The Bernalillo County Fire Department approved the hydrant and fire access plan for the site. The Albuquerque-Bernalillo County Water Utility Authority approved a water and sanitary sewer serviceability letter dated on June 7 of this year for the project. The proposed lots are compliant with the minimum lot dimensional standards of 9.2.27. The department recommends the Board of Trustees approve S-2305, a preliminary plat for a major subdivision in the A1 zone in the Guadalupe Trail character area, with the findings and conditions contained in the planning report, and additionally the same item from the Planning Commission as mentioned previously. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Maida. Okay, then at this time, I'm going to call members of the public forward to speak. I'm sorry. The applicant will now be provided an opportunity to speak. Please approach the podium, state your name and address for the record. You have 10 minutes. I'm sorry about that.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the Board of Trustees. My name is John Salazar, 4641 Los Poblanos Circle, Village of Los Ranchos. And I'm representing the Chavez Guadalupe. And we would just indicate that the application is in compliance with all the requirements of the village for plat approval. This application did receive a favorable planning department before it went to the Village Planning Commission. Your Village Planning Commission has recommended approval, and your planning department has recommended approval to you following the favorable recommendation of the Planning Commission with conditions. And we support the recommendation as provided to you, as presented. And so we would ask your approval of the recommendation of approval with the conditions stated.
May I take a 2-minute break? I have a question for our attorney. Can you come with me, please?
Oh, maybe. Yeah, that's hard to say. Interesting night. Yeah. It's going to be even more interesting for the next 2 years. Oh, it will. You're not contemplating anything. Good. We should probably be careful.
So, Mr. Salazar, were you done? Yes, sir. Okay. I'm now going to call members of the general public to comment on this item. Bonnie Kelly, please come forward. Okay, Joe Craig, please come forward. State your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Mayor, Trustees, Joe Craig, 505 Calle del Pajarito Northwest. I again want to bring up 9.3.3, Section 2, a contractor or developer must apply for an annual business license per 3.1. This is a preliminary plat for a major subdivision for residential development. You have to have a business license to apply for this, as the same for SD 2305. That is, it's in your law. You have to do this. Thank you.
Nancy Mangiaroni, please come forward. I don't know. I don't know, Nancy. Maybe if I know you better, I'll get it right.
It doesn't matter. It's totally okay. Hi, Nancy Nangeroni, 7315 Guadalupe Trail. So, what can I say now that's new and different? How about when you call for the question, what if we let George propose the question with his amendments so we can get a vote on that?
We don't even have a motion yet.
I know, but you're going to call for a motion.
Of course.
And you're going to ask for a motion to approve.
Well, he can make a motion. He has the right to make a motion. He has the right to make a motion.
I was just checking up on that.
Of course, of course. The first person that makes the motion makes the motion. Okay? And then a person can come
on,
in
George.
and amend that motion.
You can get in there. Come on. You can do it. And Gil, maybe you can support it this time. It's not that big a deal. It's not a huge deal, but it's a small concession to the community. Come on, guys. Don't be so hard. Don't be so hard-ass, you know? And the law is meant to be interpreted. It's not meant to be followed to the letter to the point where it causes damage. And right now we have a damaged community that needs to be healed. And a tiny concession from you guys making this accommodation, which is, to me, the most important part of it, is insisting that it be irrigated. I mean, I like the idea of local grasses too, but the fact that we require it to be irrigated. Nothing is more important to land here in our village than irrigation. So it doesn't seem like that big of an ask to ask you guys to say, okay, we can do this. So George, please jump in there. Jump in there. Come on. You can. I'm trying. Thank you. I really appreciate your indulgence. Thank you.
Okay, Gordine McKenzie. Okay, beautiful. Jane Silverstone, not here. Tom Donnellan, please come forward. State your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening again, Mayor Lopez, trustees. My name is Tom Donnellan. I reside at 6668 Edgewood Drive Northwest, Los Ranchos de Albuquerque. George, can I give you a little bit of parliamentary advice? Make it an amendment. Then people have to vote on what you're suggesting for a change, as opposed to making it a suggestion and asking them to accept a friendly amendment. You can ask for it to be amended, and therefore there has to be a vote on that.
There may not be a vote, and let me tell you why. If he makes a motion and it doesn't get a second, that motion dies.
This is true. This is true. It dies for a lack of a second. Absolutely, you're right.
All right.
The other piece is that what I hear from the attorneys is they're giving you a contract with the developer to do the maintenance work. That has, once the developer is gone and the development is built, the developer has no interest there. You need to have one at least with the homeowners association, as well as with the developer, so that it supersedes the developer stepping out of the project. The other thing is that the covenants, what I'm hearing said is that the covenants are only enforceable by the people who have signed the covenants. The village and the village residents are not signing those covenants. So we don't have any way of enforcing those covenants if they're violated. We need something that supersedes, that allows the village to enforce the covenant that the property stays as open space. We don't have anything that gives us that. And you're just passing this by and assuming it's all going to be okay, and you haven't gotten the research to know that you can enforce this as the village to maintain it as open space.
Your time is up, sir.
The speaker's time has expired.
Michelle Smiley, do you want to come forward? No, she's there. Oh, I'm sorry. Jennifer Kiefer, please come forward. State your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
You're on there, just hold on. I'll wait.
By the way, congratulations on your election as a trustee.
Thank you, Mayor. So what I wrote is completely, oh, sorry, Jennifer Kiefer, 722 Mullen Road. Thank you. What I wrote was prior to the discovery, thank you, Gil, of this being a preliminary approval rather than a final approval. But this message is to both you and George. I want to appeal to your sensibilities on this matter. We all know that the ordinance that this pilot project was approved under has been very controversial. It was a topic in the mayoral debates, and there were several takeaways given to the developer by planning and zoning. And so we need to make sure that those takeaways were followed and that those takeaways are actually being looked at. The residents deserve better. They deserve transparency and the opportunity to have their voices heard. We do a really poor job of communicating large projects, and we need to work together as the upcoming administration and with our constituents to do this project correctly and thoughtfully. So please defer this, send it back to P&Z. Let's be thoughtful about this, and let's do what's right. If I remember correctly, I remember at the Raymond Sanchez, when this specific topic came up, it was admitted that this was something that was approved when you two were new trustees. And you thought that everybody was for it. Well, I think the community has spoken over the last 2 years, and I think you've seen that the community was not for it. And so I ask that this not just be done upon the new administration coming in, what was done to you. And we work together and we partner together and we do this right. Thank you.
Is Emily Soderholm still here? Marcia Smiley. Please come forward, state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, it's Marcia Smiley.
Marcia,
623
I'm
El
sorry.
Paraiso Road,
I don't know
Northwest.
everybody, okay?
No, that's all right. Just to reiterate where we were before about the conversations about having more impactful communication, and communication is 2 parts. I speak, you listen, you speak, I listen. I wrote a letter to Jim Long in the summer of '22 suggesting a living legacy that would be very positive. I had no response. I suggested that he make this whole property the organic heritage garden to provide all the produce for all of his hotels and resorts and label it all up under that. The development along Chavez Road and Guadalupe Trail, none of them were built on agricultural irrigated land. We have to be not short-sighted. We have to understand we are in a drought. We have to think forward about sustainability and protecting our gardens and farmlands. We have not had measurable rainfall. We have the Rio Grande running dry. We have people with food insecurities as it is. This is a historical part of the Guadalupe Chavez Road. We have to really think about what we're going to do and how we are going to sustain future generations. Housing developments won't do it. $1 million homes won't do it. Gardens and farms will. And I beseech that you defer this information until, defer this vote and decision until we have more in-depth communication and understanding of how this is going to impact not just the 30 residences within the 300 and 400 feet of this 9 acres. It should be
The speaker's time
preserved.
has expired.
It is the jewel of that corridor. that historic corridor. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Mr. John Salazar, do you have any closing remarks to address the comments? Please approach the podium. You have 5 minutes, and please remain at the podium.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the Board of Trustees. It was mentioned that the contractor developer license should be considered, and we again would repeat that it's not applicable. This is a land use approval. At such time as there's development or construction, it may well be applicable at that point in time. So, and then it was also suggested there should be a requirement that the property be irrigated. I think particularly the open space, it will be irrigated. That's the plan, to irrigate it. And also it was mentioned that in terms of enforcing the covenants or covenant-like agreements, that the contract shouldn't be with the developer. Well, it's not going to be with the developer. The proposed maintenance contract with the village is going to be between the village and the homeowners association. So it'll be an entity that will continue beyond a person's lifetime. So, and then I believe Ms. Kiefer suggested that the matter should be deferred until the new administration takes office. Well, first of all, it's not fair to the applicant who has complied with all the requirements of the village to defer because somebody else would like to take a look at it. But beyond that, neither Joe Craig nor Jennifer Kiefer will be able to discuss or opine on this matter when they take office because they have a clear conflict of interest. Both of them have opposed this project publicly, openly, in lawsuits. So they will be prohibited from discussing this project when they take office. It will be left to the remaining members of the Board of Trustees. So to defer, so Mr. Craig and Ms. Kiefer can consider it, it's not applicable. They can't. So, so since the applicant has met all of the requirements, and we ask that the board approve the application for plat approval as submitted with the conditions suggested.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, I'm going to go trustee by trustee with questions/comments of the applicant. Trustee Pacheco.
Do we not need a motion first, Mayor?
Yes, we need a motion. I need a motion to approve S23-05.
I'll make a motion to approve 23 sorry, I don't have that up in front of me. 05. With the following conditions. That a full landscape plan with habitat and/or agricultural orientation for the open space would be submitted, as opposed to the conceptual one. That the proposed connection to the acequia for the open space is not proposed, but required. That the management plan be more specific in terms of how it will take care of the open space with guarantees, and that I think that's it. Thank you. Oh, and that all the trees within the property be saved.
I need a second. Receiving no second.
Can we have discussion before I'm?
Of course you can. Let's discuss it.
Okay. So I don't know how you do a landscape plan, because to me, I mean, we heard Attorney Salazar say that it will continue to be irrigated by the ditch, and I suppose if you just planted sagebrush and native grasses, you might not even need that. But I think we do have agricultural roots, so I don't care if they plant alfalfa one year, barley the next year, and then turn it into a vineyard. So 5 years from now, and I don't know how you do a landscape plan for that, for agriculture. I just don't see how that fits. Would you care to comment about that, Maida? Is that appropriate?
Mayor and Trustee Benavides, I would just mention that the site plan, the previous approval, addresses the uses on the site, not the subdivision application. Additionally, the uses are shown on the site plan, and if there is to be a change in those uses, that requires some type of reapproval.
All right, so you can, I mean, a use is agriculture, right? I mean, that's just a broad category. It doesn't, that does not require a landscape plan, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right, that's it.
Not under these requirements.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor, but we do not have a second. Do you have further, do you have any discussion?
Okay.
Okay, therefore that motion dies, but I need a motion to get this either approved or disapproved. I need a motion to approve section 23-05.
I'll make a motion to approve S 23-05 with recommendations as noted from planning and zoning.
I need a second.
Okay, I'd like to amend, with your permission, amend your motion to incorporate the covenants into the maintenance plan or some plan that remains with the village so that they are
Is
enforceable.
that acceptable to you?
Yes.
Okay,
Then we have a motion and a second.
then I second that.
Is there any further discussion from the governing body? Being none, the floor is now closed for comments. I'm gonna call for the question, call for the roll call vote. Trustee Pacheco?
Yes.
Trustee Benavides?
I'm going to make a comment before I vote.
ahead.
So there's been a lot of discussion about deferring this. This is preliminary. But deferring it adds nothing to this. So I will vote yes.
Trustee Radnovich?
Yeah, and again, I'm going to vote no, not because they haven't followed all the rules, they have, but because my conditions weren't accepted.
Okay, the motion carries 2-1. 6, new business. A, discussion and approval of resolution number 2023-12-02, a resolution approving a Fourth Amendment to the residential and commercial solid waste and recycling collection services license between the Village of Los Ranchos de Albuquerque, New Mexico, and Waste Management of New Mexico, Inc., to address a recycling process fee, a correction to resolution number 23-10-02. Attorney Winter.
Mayor, trustees, you previously heard this resolution. Unfortunately, it was mismarked as a Third Amendment, so we corrected it and have made it accurately reflected as a Fourth Amendment.
Thank you.
It's been on your agenda before, you've heard this.
Okay. I need a motion to approve resolution number 2023-12-02.
Motion to approve 2023-12-02.
I need a second.
I'll second it.
Thank you. I'm going to go trustee by trustee with discussion. Trustee Pacheco.
Yes. No discussion.
Trustee Benavides.
No discussion.
Trustee Radnovich.
I would like some discussion.
Go right ahead.
Based on, and Daryl, I don't know if you're here still, you are?
Dan?
Oh, he's here.
Oh,
Dan, would you come
oh,
forward?
I'm sorry, Dan. I'm sorry. I apologize. I remembered your name wrong.
Yeah, please come forward, Dan.
I'd still like to bring up, to add the provision to the contract at this point, since we're amending it, that, Waste Management allow other purveyors of large waste containers be allowed within Los Ranchos.
Mr. Mayor?
Well, do you want to say anything?
Sure.
Go right ahead. I mean, maybe you can answer that question.
Oh, well, I believe that I can.
Okay.
Thanks, Dan.
But first of all, I want to say good evening, Mr. Mayor, trustees. And I'd like to first take a moment and thank the mayor and Trustee Pacheco for their service, and also for those in the audience that are the mayor-elect and trustee-elect. So I just wanted to congratulate them on their election and their future service. But as explained before tonight, this is an amendment to amend the resolution as it read, and it was simply to change from Amendment 3 to Amendment 4. floor. So that's really what's on the floor tonight for your consideration. In terms of when the provisions of the contract can be done, I believe you're up this next year.
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, it's up this next year, and that would probably be the appropriate time to take up that discussion.
Okay. Thanks for saying that, Dan.
You're welcome.
Any further questions or comments?
Nope.
Okay. So the floor is now closed for comments. I'm going to call for the question, call for the roll call vote. Trustee Pacheco?
Yes.
Trustee Benavides?
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Item B, discussion and approval to advertise and begin the request for proposal process in January 2024 for legal services. Village of Los Ranchos will be requesting sealed proposals from qualified law firms for legal services to oversee and assist in managing all village-related legal matters, ensuring maximum protection of legal rights and continued operation consistent with federal, state, and local laws. Josh O'Halloran, Acting Administrator. Thank you, Josh.
Thank you, Mayor, trustees. On August 26, 2019, the village issued RFP number 2019-8-1 for legal services. At the October 9th, 2019 Board of Trustees meeting, a board approval was given to allow the mayor to enter into contract with the law firm of Stelzner, Winter, Warburton, Flores, Sanchez, and Dawes. The contract was signed and executed on October 16th, 2019 for a 4-year term. However, due to multiple lawsuits and litigation, the village did not find it in the best interest to issue an RFP for legal services. The contract was extended through June 30th, 2024. We are asking the board's approval to advertise and issue an RFP for legal services in January of 2024.
Thank you, Joshua. I need a motion to approve the village issuing an RFP for legal services in January 2024.
Yeah, motion to approve the village advertising for legal services in January 2024.
I need a second.
I'll second it.
Any discussion from the governing body? I'll go trustee by trustee. Trustee Pacheco.
I have none.
Trustee Benavides.
Just to say, this allows the new administration to quickly send out an RFP.
Correct.
Okay. So no further discussion.
Okay, Trustee Radnovich.
No discussion. I agree with Trustee Benavides.
The floor is now closed for comments. Call for the question, call for the roll call vote. Trustee Pacheco.
Yes.
Trustee Benavides.
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Item C, discussion and approval to advertise and begin the request for proposals, RFP, process in January 2024 for planning and engineering services for the Middle Rio Grande levee improvements. I'm so happy that you're still here, Chuck. Mr. Charles Thomas, if you would please approach the podium, state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Mayor, trustees. My name's Charles Thomas, 5301 Hayes Drive Northwest, Albuquerque. So the RFP approval request in front of you is to begin the process to advertise to select an engineering firm to basically develop proposals for levee improvements within the Middle Rio Grande area. This project is funded in part through a federal grant provided by FEMA, which was executed back in September 8th of 2022, is moving forward now. So the goal will be to fourfold. First is to do assessment and data collection. So going out and looking at a thorough site inspection of the East Bank levee from tieback to tieback. And I guess I'll step back one section. For the project area, what we're proposing right now is to go from the north diversion channel where it connects into the Rio Grande all the way down to the south diversion channel. Now, while this does extend far beyond the boundaries of the village of Los Ranchos, as you know, with the levee system, it's only as strong as its weakest link, similar to a chain. So there's no way to improve, to design levee improvements within the stretch bordering the village of Los Ranchos without connecting back to the existing tiebacks, which provide that anchoring component. So this has been in discussion with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and the MRGCD and Bernalillo County. We looked at kind of looking that whole area, and it seemed to be the most prudent to approach it from that fashion. We'll also be reviewing all the available historical maintenance records and past incident reports, which will be provided by MRGCD and the Army Corps. Second step will be to do the analysis and evaluation to assess the levee's current ability to resist erosion, seepage, stability threats, and other potential failure modes, and evaluate the current condition of the levee infrastructure components, and also determine any current deficiencies in meeting the levee guidance from the Army Corps or FEMA. The next step will be design and recommendations. The goal here will be twofold. One is to develop a semi-qualitative analysis of potential failure modes associated with the current levee conditions. This is a somewhat fancy way of identifying potential failure modes and potential solutions, but not actually designing that full solution. The second step will be to develop a set of design alternatives for levee improvements to meet the levee eligibility standards of the current Army Corps guidance under Public Law 8499 and the FEMA levee guidance, and then prepare a detail for each recommended solution. So again, the goal here is we can't really look at developing a full solution, design solution for the entire reach of the levee at that point, but what we can do is identify the specific failure modes that are most likely to be expected, and then develop a series of solutions for each one of those particular failure modes and provide a design detail for that. This process will then basically educate a further construction project and design project once an identified scope of the levee is selected for improvement from that standpoint. The other aspect of this is community engagement. So the consultant will organize public consultation meetings to gather feedback from residents and other stakeholders on the proposed failure modes and design solutions that are being proposed, and incorporate that feedback into the design process as feasible and beneficial to the project, as well as continuing to coordinate with the Army Corps, the Middle Rio Grande Conservancy District, and our other partners in this project. The final element will be to provide documentation and reporting, to provide interim reports detailing the study progress, findings, and potential recommendations, and to submit a final comprehensive report, including the assessment findings, proposed designs, cost estimates, and recommended implementation phases. One extra thing that we added in there was to create an executive summary of the final comprehensive report for distribution to the public. It was felt that if we had a simple 1 or 2 page executive summary, this could be distributed much more easily than the entire report, and it could also be used for discussion with the legislators for potential funding as well. So that's kind of the scope of the services. The plan is to move forward with advertising on January 3rd, if approved, and moving through with selection of the offers on February 2nd, with approval at the next Board of Trustees meeting, currently scheduled for February 14th.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. I will add the following comment. I brought this issue of the old levee, 70-year-old levee that's not in the best of shape, protects the east. It's the East Bank levee, but it literally protects the entire valley of the village of Los Ranchos de Albuquerque from massive flooding. If this village can be the dynamo that moves this project forward in the legislature and also with the federal government, maybe in a few years, the village of Los Ranchos residents who happen to live in the valley will be protected from a massive flood. They're not protected today. I guarantee that, okay? So thank you very much, Mr. Thomas. With that, I need a motion to approve the village issuing an RFP for planning and engineering services in January 2024.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve that the village put out an RFP for engineering services for this levee project.
I need a second.
I'll second that.
Okay, if there's any discussion from the governing body, I'll go trustee by trustee. Trustee Pacheco.
I have none.
Trustee Benavides.
Just a few quick questions. Is Corrales doing something similar? Are they sending out proposals for RFPs?
May I answer that
Advertise.
question? Chuck, you tell me if I'm wrong. the Corrales levee was reconstructed in 1996, if I'm correct.
I'll defer to your knowledge on that.
Well, no, it
Mayor.
was.
I'm not
And so
sure.
it meets the standards of the Army Corps of Engineers. So I don't know that there's any need for Corrales to do something like this. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay?
All right. Yeah, it just seems like it's very important for everyone living along the
of course it
Rio
is.
Grande Valley that we all join in to do this. Not to belabor the point, but could you give me some examples of just a few failure modes? I mean, I could think of one like where we have a huge runoff and it breaches the levee, but maybe poor soil compaction or.
I have one, but
That's
you go
that's
ahead.
probably poor soil compaction is the most significant. Essentially, when the levees were originally constructed, they were spoil bank levees.
Right.
In other words, the material that was dredged out from the river and the banks was merely just piled
Right.
onto the side. So the compaction was merely what was provided by the weight of the material and over time. So if you look at the standards today for the compaction standards for a levee, these levees do not meet that and are at risk of being decertified because of that, which would then affect the FEMA flood insurance requirements.
Another failure mode is there's trees and rodent holes in the embankment. And if water ever gets up to the face of that embankment, it will find a place to go and it'll literally breach the levee that way. So, any further questions, Trustee Benavides? Trustee Radnovich?
I have no questions. I at first questioned this whole thing, if you remember, Mayor, and I agree with taking this step and helping our part of the valley be protected.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to close the floor for comments, call for the question, call for the roll call vote. Trustee Pacheco?
Yes.
Trustee Benavides?
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Item D, discussion and approval of resolution number 2023-12-03, a resolution extending the moratorium on pilot project and conservation development standards permit applications. Maida Rubin, please comment.
Thank you, Mayor. The request before you is for an extension of the moratorium on Ordinance 284. Over the bulk of the last year, the Citizens Advisory Committee has been working to propose edits to the ordinance. We've had 2 public meetings so far to gather input, and we are in fact planning one more. I want to plug a February 1st, Thursday, February 1st, 2 p.m. and a 5:30 p.m. public meeting. This will be 2 opportunities to come provide us some input on this. So things are moving forward, and some additional time is necessary in order to work through the proposed edits before taking the text amendments to the Planning Commission for recommendation, and then ultimately to the board for potential adoption. The extension request is until June 30th of 2024. Again, there are 3 months of adoption baked into this period of time. 1 month for Planning Commission, advertisement at Board of Trustees, and then potential adoption. So that does limit the time to solidify these proposals for you. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
Okay, before we get to questions, I do need a motion to approve resolution -2023-12-03.
Motion to approve resolution 2023-12-03.
Okay, I do need a second. I need a second.
No. I'll second that motion.
Thank you, this is very important. Before I get to questions from the governing body about this and go trustee by trustee, are there any individuals who signed up to speak on this matter?
Mayor and trustees, no one signed up for this matter.
Okay, therefore, let's go trustee by trustee. Trustee Pacheco. Is there somebody?
Yes, I
signed up?
apologize. I did
Okay,
have
then.
Ms. Nancy Nangeroni and Ms. Gordine McKenzie.
So those are the 2. Well, Nancy, please come forward. I don't want to say your
My
last
apologies.
name, 'cause I'm gonna, okay.
Okay, I'll keep it quick. Thank you. Nancy Nangeroni, 7315 Guadalupe Trail Northwest. Sorry you wouldn't second this, Sandra. You don't seem to be on the people's side. But I think this resolution, this moratorium was one of this board's finest moments in responding to citizens, and I want to thank you for it. That's all.
Gordine? I'll second that. Okay, good. So now we're gonna go trustee by trustee for questions or comments. Trustee Pacheco?
Maida, when did we start this process? And can you just go through the history?
Mayor and trustee, thank you for the question. So the process kind of began in September of 2022, the week before I started here. There was a public meeting, and which I was in attendance. The public requested more public input on, various items, including asking for a reduction in density and height requirements in the C1 zone, similar edits to the VC zone, and also a chance to do some edits on the conservation development pilot ordinance. So the Citizens Advisory Committee was created by the mayor, members were appointed, and we first began discussing potential text amendments to the C1 zone, just for those discrete items. And that went before you previously. I'm forgetting the exact date. And then since then, work has been done by the group. We've been meeting very regularly, about every 2 weeks, to work on proposed edits to this ordinance. So I believe that's the bulk of the history.
And how many times have we been asked to extend the moratorium? And I thought that the first time that we had agreed to extend or to put a moratorium, that was supposed to be the time that everybody met, came together with some suggestions for changes to the code. I want to say that was like a 6-month extension, and then it came back before us to again extend it. And I want to say this is the 3rd or the 4th time.
I believe the 3rd or the 4th time. Do you have the exact number?
Mayor and trustees, I believe with this resolution, it will make it the 5th.
The 5th time.
Yes.
Okay.
It is required, however. It's required. Has to be done.
That's all my questions. Thank you.
Okay, trustee Benavides.
Just one question for Maida. Has anyone approached you wanting to do a pilot project aside from the one that we were familiar with?
I'm aware of one individual who had hoped to be one of the pilot projects, and she has attended some of our meetings. And
I see.
That's, I believe one other resident asked about the requirements in a potential subdivision for something they would like to do, and I explained it was under a moratorium. I believe that's about it.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions or comments?
No more.
Okay, trustee Radnovich.
I have none.
Good. The floor is now closed for comments. I'm going to call for the question, call for the roll call vote. Trustee Pacheco?
No.
No?
No.
Okay, trustee Benavides?
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich?
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries 2-1. So now we get to hear from Chief Perez. Okay, item E, discussion and approval of accepting amendments to the Memorandum of Understanding with Bernalillo County Fire Department. Welcome back to the Village of Los Ranchos. Fire Chief and Deputy County Administrator, Greg Perez.
Good evening, Mayor, trustees. It's always a pleasure to be back before you in the village. My name is...
Brett is not here tonight, so you're going to have to do the whole show. Okay?
Okay. Yep. So name is Greg Pettis, Deputy County Manager for Public Safety and Fire Chief, 3843 La Plaza Drive Northwest. So what I'm here this evening to ask of the village is an increase to the Memorandum of Understanding that has been in place with the village coming on now 15 years. Back in 2009, we entered into this agreement. I was part of that. I was the chief at the time for the Village of Los Ranchos, and late Mayor Abraham made the move to move us across to Bernalillo County. So with that came an agreement. The understanding in that agreement is that the village would compensate Bernalillo County for their services at a rate of $440,000 a year. That's broken up into quarterly payments. That payment has remained in place and has only increased by about 3% in the course of the 14 years. It's costing us today $2.2 million to operate the fire station on 4th Street. When you take into account staffing, maintenance, fuel costs, EMS supplies, you name it, the list goes on and on. So what we have before you tonight, the agreement is set to expire and needs to be renewed. We've met with the mayor and staff to come up with something that we felt worked in the best interest of both parties. And what we're seeking from the village tonight is approval to increase that $453,000 payment in the first part of 2024, July of 2024, to $800,000, followed the next year in 2025 by $100,000, and an additional $100,000 to reach $1 million over the course of the next 3 years. Again, there has been no increase other than a small 3% increase since this agreement has been in place, and as I shared, it's costing us about $2.2 million right now to operate that facility. So with that, Mayor and trustees, I stand for any questions.
Okay, so before we get to questions, I need a motion to approve the MOU with Bernalillo County Fire Department.
I'll make a motion to approve the amendment to the memorandum of understanding with Bernalillo County Fire Department.
I need a second.
Before I make a second, I'd just like to ask Chief Perez for a question. So the 2.1 million is yearly?
So we're paying $2.2 million. That's what it costs the county yearly to operate our fire station. We recently entered into, and sorry about that, Mayor, trustee, we recently entered into an agreement with Sandia Pueblo, who actually has not even near the call volume that is experienced in the Village of Los Ranchos, and we are charging them a rate of $2.2 million to operate the fire station for them, which is being built and should be completed in May. So you're still $1.2 million less than what the going rate is right now for this service.
Thank you, Chief. I'd like to second the motion and ask that we be allowed to open a casino.
Really? I'd like that. I'd like that. Oh, boy. Okay, let's go trustee by trustee. Any questions or comments? Trustee Pacheco.
I do have some questions. So really, this is just going to meet, or not even meet, what the need is. It's not providing, you're not going to be able to do anything extra with this, with the increase, correct? I mean, this is just to operate.
Mayor, trustee, that's correct. This is solely operations, and again, 1.2 million below what it is costing us to operate. So the county is covering the remainder of that amount that it costs for us to be able to operate, and they have been for the last 15 years.
And when you say a new fire station, where is that fire station?
Are you referring to the Sandia Pueblo?
Is it the one on Sandia Pueblo? Okay,
It'll be
I
on Roy Road.
Okay.
Mayor, trustee, I will say that there is a new fire station coming into the North Valley. It's not new. We're relocating what is currently Station 36, located on Bear Canyon, just across from Sandia Prep. That will be moving to Edith, just south of Tyler. And with that station will actually be what we refer to as a full ladder company. Today, we don't have that. I mean, you'll see a big ladder truck kind of running through here that has a really pretty black bucket and Zia on it. But that is serving as the fire engine for the area. We will be able to do a ladder truck and a fire engine and a rescue out of that new station, which absolutely benefits the village, but at no cost to the village. So I do bring that to light.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Trustee Benavides.
Yes, I'm going to make an assumption. You can correct me if it's wrong. So I'm going to assume that you service communities outside of the Village of Los Ranchos. And if that's the case, what percentage would you say is within Los Ranchos and what is outside?
Mayor, trustees, I'm trying to see if I understand the question correctly. So currently today, Bernalillo County services the Village of Los Ranchos. We also service the Village of Tijeras, which is new.
I'm talking about your station.
Our station. Which station specifically? You're talking about Station 30
Los
here?
Ranchos, yeah.
So the station that is located right on 4th Street takes care of the Village of Los Ranchos as its primary, but when there are fires in other areas within the North Valley, as part of what we call a run string, it is dedicated and has to respond to those, just as is true for a fire that happens in the village. Our station 36, 31, 35, and now the new one at 39 would all respond. So it all kind of commingles and works out. I don't know if that's what you're looking for.
What percentage would you say for your station services the Village of Los Ranchos? The 4th Street. Oh, sorry, the 4th Street station.
Mayor, trustees, 100%. I think if you're asking how much does the station that's located on 4th and Schulte respond to the village?
Yes.
100%. That's your fire station.
You mean if you got a call just like on Osuna by Edith, you wouldn't respond? Is that what you're saying?
Mayor, trustees, if there was a call on Edith Osu, yes, we would, because it's based off of a closest unit response, so therefore we would.
So you don't only service the Village of Los Ranchos?
That is correct out of that station.
Okay, so the question is, for that particular station, what percentage of your services would be within the Village of Los Ranchos?
Mayor, trustees, again, it'd be 100% to the village, and then there is an additional percentage that would happen for the area in question, such as Edith and Osuna. But
Yeah.
I will state that in the event at the farthest end of the Village of Los Ranchos, we've gone through and done a closest unit response, where this station doesn't make the closest unit response, so a county proper station would make up that response. So it all just kind of intermingles, because we at the county consider the Village of Los Ranchos station to be one of the 4 stations that make up the entire response of the North Valley.
Well, okay, so I feel like I'm making a decision with incomplete information, and I'm also recognizing that I don't want the village to do without protection. So it is interesting that it's gone up from 400,000 to like 800,000. I mean, inflation, you're right, is maybe accounts for a couple 100,000.
15 years of inflation.
Yeah, but I think our Tammy has something to add to that.
Yes, Mayor, Trustee Benavides, if I may, trustees. Part of that number that you're seeing, I've been in talks with Fred and the chief here regarding that number. When I came in the year December of 2018, that contract was obviously already in place. And at that point, the village had not been increasing their contribution to the county, the 3% every year. Right. In fact, that didn't start until about 2020, I believe. And so because of that, we actually are behind even more, and that is why it seems like such a large amount. Had we been increasing 3% every year since the beginning of the contract through today, we would be closer to $600 and some thousand right now. So the increase would only be $200,000. Part of the reason why that increase wasn't happening, my predecessor, when I came in, explained the contract to me, and there was confusion. The way the contract read, he thought that it was 3% the first time, and then it wasn't continuing. And so I did have back and forth conversation with the county, and we finally got that straightened out and taken care of. And since then, since 2020, we have been doing the 3% increase. So it is a large increase. However, had this contract been followed exactly, we would already be closer to in the $600,000 range. And I just want to point that out because I know this number is a large number to see, and to see that big jump. Yeah. However, we should really already be at a 600 and some thousand.
Yeah, and it's always dangerous doing math in front of people, but I actually thought 3%, compounded over 15 years might be a couple 100,000, so I wasn't too far off.
It is.
But this is not 600,000, it's 800,000. And, all right, I'll deal with it. That's all I have.
Okay, Trustee Radnovich.
I had some of the same questions as Trustee Benavides, and so it's a hard pill to swallow. I appreciate the fact that the county is taking up the slack for what the village can't do. I do, I guess, have a question for you, Tammy. I mean, what effect and this may be an unfair question for you, but the first thing I thought of was, well, what effect is this going to have on the village? Because this is a lot of money that we hadn't planned on until now. And so, and we weren't aware before now that that we weren't keeping up with the 3%, which is basically cost of living kind of level, as payments to the county. So do you have any thoughts on that? I have a hard time figuring that out in my mind.
So Mayor, Trustee Radnovich, so when I came in and I saw that the 3% wasn't being followed and I had these conversations with the county, that is when I brought it to the administrator's attention, and we worked with the county to say, okay, we're gonna implement that 3%, and we started doing that. However, when it comes to this large amount, we have been in talks with the county, knowing we were gonna have some sort of increase, and we are in a very good financial position to where we can sustain this without having to cut, in any other area. The other thing is that if we weren't to do this and we had our own fire station, it would have a bigger impact on us financially at 2.2. Maybe we could cut a little bit, but it would really be close to that for us to sustain it ourselves.
And Mayor, trustees, if I can add to that, when Mayor Abraham, late Mayor Abraham, turned the station over to the county, the reason he did that is because we had reached $1 million in the budget. And that was back in 2009. So we're 14, almost 15 years since then, and that was $1 million then. So if you were to go back to do your own fire department, I do believe Tammy's correct, you'd be just shy of probably 2 million, depending on how competitive you kept salaries. I will also add, and I know this is a touchy topic within the village now, but I can't ignore, as the fire chief, the construction project that's taking place on 4th and Osuna. That does bring a lot more demand on us as a fire department. The Village of Los Ranchos will, with that new construction, will represent the highest buildings within the North Valley, next to the atrium, which is off of 2nd Street. When El Pueblo came in, 301 El Pueblo and 291 came in, that was really the first multi-story, 3-story living structure that was erected within the North Valley. And now we have the new project on 4th Street. So I will be honest that as we were calculating this number, that did come into account. That will require a ladder truck, which the village doesn't have, and the county can provide. So, and being full transparency, that is part of what's got us to the number that we're bringing forward, is just the sheer growth and the risk that it puts on us and our members as a fire department in the event that something were to happen catastrophic, God forbid, at that location. So I do add that.
May I?
Yes, go right ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. Chief, there are taller
Keep the
buildings.
chatter down, please.
There are taller buildings in the North Valley.
There are.
Down near the
Mayor, trustees, not in our run district.
I see.
In the
That's City
unincorporated
of
portion of Bernalillo County, they do not exist until the 3-story ones, and again, the atrium came into play within the unincorporated Bernalillo County, which is our ultimate responsibility area.
And this might be an unfair question, Chief, but what are other small towns in New Mexico doing? Are there grants out there? And
Mayor, trustee, so there is a big struggle going on amongst smaller communities that have historically relied on volunteer fire departments. We are seeing those start to crumble across the state. We have legislation going forward this year requesting $35 million as a state to try to increase the number of combination departments that we have, especially in the small rural villages and towns. So it's an area of concern, definitely, and the cost of doing business has increased substantially. And just as reference for you all, back when I started with Bernalillo County, we were paying just under $600,000 for a fire engine. I just got back from Appleton, Wisconsin, speccing out our new three newest units, $1.2 million apiece. So that gives you some insight. We receive about a 6% increase in the price of fire trucks right now from Pierce Manufacturing at approximately every 6 months. So the cost of doing business for fire departments is becoming almost unmanageable, and it is slightly frightening.
Well, thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for what you do.
You bet.
Any further questions?
No.
Okay, the floor is now closed for comments. I'm going to call for the question, call for the roll call vote. Trustee Pacheco?
Yes.
Trustee Benavides?
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Item F, discussion and approval in accordance with the Village of Los Ranchos 2013 Codified Ordinances, Chapter 9, Section 9.2.2, Planning and Zoning Commission. Membership. The commission shall consist of 7 members who shall be appointed by the mayor with the advice and consent of the members of the governing body. So the planning and zoning commissioners for 2024 that I get to appoint before I leave office are Mr. John Edward and Gwen Baldred. Both of them are in the audience. Therefore, I want Planning and Zoning Director Maida Rubin to discuss this at this time.
Thank you, Mayor. I have met with both candidates and discussed the roles and responsibilities of the Planning Commission. And based on their involvement with the village in various ways, committees and other things, they appear to be great candidates, and I'm really excited to work with them on the Planning Commission, given they are appointed. Thank you.
And I have looked at their resumes, and I know one of them personally and have worked with that individual for a long time. The second person, I don't know personally, but seems to have an exceptional resume and record and will be a really significant asset to the Planning and Zoning Commission. So therefore, I need a motion to approve the Planning and Zoning Commissioners for 2023-2024. Well, you weren't, but you can, Mayor-elect Joe Craig. Please come forward. I'm not going to deny you the opportunity to speak, okay? You have 2 minutes. State your name and address.
Thank you, Joe Craig, 505 Calle del Pajarito. Ordinance number 3-19-2 indicates that the Planning and Zoning Commission should consist of not less than 5 members. The first Planning Commission shall be appointed for a 1-year term. The balance shall be appointed for 2 years terms. We had a discussion whether this is a year-to-year or a March.
It's a 1 year.
It's a 1 year.
1 year, that's all it is.
Is this the term that is being replaced?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so it's a 1 year.
It's a 1 year.
Okay, so that would terminate December 31st.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
So you have 2 weeks.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so
2 weeks.
Wait.
it's a 1 year appointment. Does somebody else have a question?
He said it was 2 weeks.
Well, that's because he may want to make a change, but these are my appointments.
I see.
He can change them as he wishes.
I see.
Okay, that's it.
Okay, so so basically you're appointing a 2-week term.
Whatever. Okay. I need a second.
I will second it.
Okay. Now the floor is, first of all, let's go trustee by trustee. Any discussion from the governing body? Trustee Pacheco.
I have none.
Okay, trustee Benavides.
Just to say that there is so much turnover with P and Z that just be careful. Over the last 2 years, I don't know how many people we've seen come and go. So if you're waiting to appoint somebody in the next administration, it'll happen before you know it. That's all the discussion I have.
Trustee Radnovich.
I just have a couple of things. I got to spend some time with Gwen at one of our CAC meetings, and I was very impressed with what you said and what you suggested and how you handled yourself. And so I think Gwen is an excellent candidate, and I'd like the new mayor to definitely consider Gwen. John, I don't know you. I've seen you at our meetings, and from your resume, you look like a very good candidate as well. So I just haven't had any interaction with you.
Yes.
So
okay, so at that point, the floor is now closed for comments. I'm going to call for the question, call for the roll call vote. Trustee Pacheco.
Yes.
Trustee Benavides.
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Now, item 7 is approval of minutes. Minutes, October 11th, 2023, regular meeting. I need a motion to approve the minutes.
Motion to approve the minutes from October 11th, 2023.
I need a second.
Second.
I need a second. Okay. Okay, I'm going to call for the question, call for the roll call vote. Trustee Pacheco?
Yes.
Trustee Benavides?
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich? Motion
Yes.
carries unanimously. Now, item 8, financial business. A, discussion and approval of the October 2023 cash report. CFO Tammy Silva.
Mayor, trustees, before you is the October 31st, 2023 cash report. We have an ending cash balance of $11,563,732.14. This is an increase for the month of $837,237.68, and a year-to-date deficiency of revenue over expenditures of $674,809.32, with several large, unusual, or significant items happening during the month that are here for you on the first page.
Mayor had to just take a brief break, so we're just going to go ahead and recess till he returns. Thank you.
An official recess, or? Yes. What, 5 minutes?
Official will return at 8:40.
But I think you should listen.
Mayor, trustees, that is correct. I did give my report.
I need a motion to approve the October 2023 cash report.
I'll make a motion to approve the 2023 cash report.
I need a second.
I will second that.
Okay, is there any discussion from the governing body? I'll go trustee by trustee. Trustee Pacheco.
I think I have a couple of questions. Tammy, on the unusual or significant items, we talk about the Brower property. What is that property?
I can't avoid
Or can somebody answer that?
So Mayor, Trustee Pacheco, that is a property that's located near the Edgewood Park, park over on 4th and Edgewood, I'm sorry, Osuna and Edgewood. And that property sits to the east of the park.
And can I ask what's going on with that property?
Mayor and trustees, I want to say back in September, we were doing some irrigating and opened the flood channels, maintenance department opened the flood channels over in that area to water Edgewood Park. There was some miscommunication between a couple of our maintenance workers. One had asked to turn, the other one to turn off or close the channels. And they did one, but not a secondary one. Unfortunately, it flooded that property in that area. So we did have to remediate that homeowner's damage, but we are covered through the New Mexico Self-Insurers Fund, so we filed the claim, got that remediated within probably a month, and the homeowners are very pleased with the results of everything that occurred.
Okay, thank you. GRT just seems to be steady. No, nothing significant there. Tammy, that you've,
Mayor, Trustee Pacheco, yes, it does seem steady. It does still look like we are still on track to hit the budgeted amount that we think we'll hit at the end of the year. But as you can see, the past, the 4 months that we have for 2024, it's going up, down, or down, up. So there could be some delay in reporting. That may be why we're not seeing such a steady line, but we still look like we're going to hit the $4 million that we budgeted.
okay. And I see that we expended some funds for the consulting services for P&Z. Is that gentleman still working with us, Brennan Williams?
Mayor, Trustee Pacheco, yes, he is currently working with us still.
Okay. Then on the check register database development, renew annual users, what is that for? And that's page 301.
Mayor, Trustee Pacheco, so that is for DB services in the Planning and Zoning Department. I'm not exactly sure. I can speak to the details of that, but Maida, do you?
Sure, Mayor, Trustee, that is the database that we use to hold all of our property information and projects for DB user.
Got it. So that's just a renewal. Got it, okay. I think that's all I have.
Trustee Benavides.
I have none.
Trustee Radnovich.
I have a question that may not be for Tammy. Brennan William, never met him. I hear good things about him. That's a pretty high salary. Can we make him an offer to just become a village employee, or would we want to if the caseload's that large?
Do you have any thought about that, Maida?
I don't know how much of this I can discuss here right now, but he's amazing. I would love to keep him. He's retired with para. That comes with some rules.
Oh.
And we have him while we have him. He's been a real asset.
I see. Thank you.
Okay.
Hold on one second
Sure.
there, sorry. I didn't have any other questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
The floor is now closed for comments. Call for the question, call for the roll call vote. Trustee Pacheco.
Yes.
Trustee Benavides.
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Now we go to item B, discussion and approval of the November 2023 cash report. CFO Tammy Silva.
Mayor, trustees, before you is the November 30th, 2023 cash report with an ending cash balance of $11,796,466.76. This is an increase for the month of $232,734.62. And we still are a year-to-date deficiency of revenues over expenditures of $442,074.70. For this month, there really wasn't anything unusual or significant. It was a lot of just the normal monthly bills that we've had occurring.
Tammy, would you like to advise the board and who's left in the audience, the comments that were made by our auditor this morning, Audrey Jaramillo from the Jaramillo Accounting Group? Anything at all?
Sure, Mayor, trustees. So we are in the middle of we're finishing up our audit for fiscal year 23. We will be turning in that audit. The deadline is Friday. We turned in that audit today to the state auditors. So they've completed that portion of it. While we were discussing the exit conference with our auditor and the partner of JAG, who is our auditors, Audrey Jaramillo, she did just mention that for looking at our financials, we are in a very good, sound financial position. She can tell that the village does a very good job with what they have, and for an entity our size, that we just are good stewards of the money, and that we have a significantly higher cash balance than other entities of our size.
Thank you, Tammy. I need a motion to approve resolution number 2023.
No.
I'm sorry, November. Yes. November 2023 cash report. I'm sorry. I need a motion to approve the November 2023 cash report.
Motion to approve the November 2023 cash report.
I need a second.
I'll second it.
Is there any discussion from the governing body? I'll go trustee by trustee. Trustee Pacheco.
None.
Trustee Benavides.
I have none.
Trustee Radnovich.
I have one question.
Go ahead.
Tammy, on page 310, what caused I don't want to call it a loss because I know it's not, but the current PTD budget on the very first line, the beginning cash and cash equivalents?
Excuse me, Mayor, Trustee Radnovich. So this is to do with just this fiscal year. So when you're looking at that number, it shows we got all of our money prior to this fiscal year. So I'm not sure that number is actually accurate, and I'm not sure where that's pulling from. So I will check into that and get back to you on where that number is coming from, because
it's a large number,
right? And it's just the current period budget. So I'm not. Let me look at that, and I will get back to you on that.
Okay, that's the only question I had, Mayor.
Okay, the floor is now closed for comments. I'm going to call for the question, call for the roll call vote. Trustee Pacheco.
Yes.
Trustee Benavides.
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Item C, discussion and approval of resolution number 2023-12-01, a resolution approving a budget adjustment request fiscal year 2023/2024, recommending mid-year budget revisions related to the general fund. CFO Tammy Silva.
Thank you, Mayor. Trustees, before you is Resolution 2023-12-01, and this is for a budget revision request to the general fund and to the special revenue fund. We do these bars to be in compliance with our state requirements for budget, and there are several line items that are affected here after looking at the activity that has happened in the first almost 6 months of the fiscal year. There are some line items that we need to increase based on different things that have occurred. So the first one is for bank services. I would like to increase this by $2,000. The reason for this is at the beginning of the fiscal year, we did not have a sweep account. We had one bank account and we had no fees. However, in talking with the bank representative and learning about the yield right now on a sweep account, we are able to with our cash balance, earn about $10,000 to $15,000 a month with about $500 in fees. So the offset there is significant, but this would increase our fees to do this sweep account. So this is the reason for this line item increase. The second line item is for insurance deductible line. This is also for the property that we spoke about earlier, that we had a tort claim filed on. This is just to cover some of the expenses that we have paid out. We are getting reimbursed by the self-insurance fund. However, to be in compliance with budget regulations, we have to, if we're expending, we have to make sure we have the budget there. So this is to increase that line item and make sure that we're covered. The third section of this is for the 1960 department in the general fund. And there are 3 line items here: the utilities, maintenance to building and structure, and maintenance to grounds and roadways. I'm asking for an increase of almost $3,000 to utilities, $10,000 to maintenance, building and structures, and $33,000, almost $34,000 to maintenance of grounds and roadways. These bars are to cover 2 different items. The first one is some speed bumps that we are going to be putting in different areas in the village. And then the second item, which actually most of this pertains to, is for all of the maintenance and utilities of the 5100 Rio Grande property that was purchased. There is a landscaping contract there, and then the bills, the electric, all of the utility bills, internet bill for the security system, everything there. The fourth item here is for the maintenance, building, and structure in the 1840 department. That is our general administration. We're asking for an increase of $23,700. This is for maintenance and upgrade to the backup generator here at Village Hall. The computer board is very outdated and old, and it needs to be replaced. And so we want to go ahead and do that so our backup generator is up to date. The fifth item here is for the Edible Trails grant expenses. We're asking for an increase of $50,000. We were awarded a grant of $50,000 for the Edible Trails grant, and we have a requirement match on that. So now that we have that grant, we're asking for the expenses on our end to match that. And the last item here is for animal control expenses. We are asking for an increase of $4,000. This is needed for the Street Cat Hub program. This program, they trap the feral cats, they sterilize them, and then they put them back out where they found them. And we work with a program, the Street Cat Hub program, to do that. And we've had an influx of the amount of cats that we've had come through this program, so we're asking for an increase for that.
Thank you, CFO Tammy Silva. I need a motion to approve resolution number 2023-12-01.
Go ahead. I'll make the motion to approve resolution 2023-12-01.
I need a second.
And I will second that.
Any discussion from the governing body? I'll go trustee by trustee. Trustee Pacheco.
I have none.
Trustee Benavides.
Yeah, just a question in regards to the maintenance and grounds roadways increase. So I understand, this, this is for the house in particular, is that correct?
Mayor, Trustee Benavides, so the maintenance, grounds, roadways, there's 2 items in that $33,000. There's $24,000 for speed bumps, and then the remainder, about $9,000, is for the grounds of the home.
So I'm not talking about just the bar, I'm talking about the total of what, so if we approve the bar, it'd be what, $196,000?
$128,000 is the total bar.
I'm sorry,
28,000, and then some.
Okay, so the real question I'm trying to get to is we know the house is on a septic tank and well water and not connected to city water or city sewer. Will any of that money go towards fixing those issues?
Mayor, Trustee Benavides, no, at this time it is not going towards any of that. No decisions have been made on anything beyond what is actually occurring at the property right now.
Okay.
Actually, I believe the house is on city water, but it is on a septic tank. Pretty sure.
Okay, well, we can look into that. I remember Michael Anderson said it was well water. But
there's a well.
Yeah.
Okay, there is a well.
All right, but anyway, so just to clarify, the money is not for that. Thank you. That's all I have.
Trustee Radnovich.
I just had a comment. That's a lot of money for feral cats.
Okay. Any further questions? Okay. Floor is now closed for comments. Call for the question, call for the roll call vote. Trustee Pacheco.
Yes.
Trustee Benavides.
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Item D, discussion and approval of resolution number 2023-12-04, a resolution approving a budget adjustment request FY23-FY24, recommending mid-year budget revenues related to the American Rescue Plan Act Fund, Fund number 260. CFO Tammy Silva.
Mayor, trustees, before you is Resolution 2023-12-04, and this is for the Rescue Act. We have one line item that we would like to have an increase to, and I apologize, I just saw the account description is incorrect, but the account numbers are correct. So this is for the general ledger account 44010. That's our maintenance of building and structure instead of the bank charges. But what this increase is for is $20,400 to increase public safety at the Agri-Nature Center by replacing windows that need to be replaced, removing enclosed double door on the south side of the building, and doing maintenance around there for the increased security of that property.
Thank you, Tammy. I need a motion to approve resolution number 2023-12-04.
Motion to approve Resolution 2023-12-04.
I need a second.
I'll second.
Okay. The floor, discussion from governing body, trustee by trustee. Trustee Pacheco.
Can you just again explain, I know that we voted to go ahead and approve, but explain a little bit more about what, this is purely for security purposes, or is it because things are old? Or both?
Thank you, Maya. Thank you, Sandra. So the windows noted are on the first floor of, where the classroom is around the whole building there. And some of them are cracked and have holes in them. So some of them are just, they're old. We've also had, as you know, a couple break-ins this year. And so part of it is to secure the facility as well. And we've also recently gotten a security system. And so that has increased those costs as well. The door could just be pushed open when locked. And so that's the need to replace that.
For sure. Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Trustee Benavides.
I have no questions.
Trustee Radnovich.
No questions.
Okay. Floor is now closed for comments. Call for the question. Call for the roll call vote. Trustee Pacheco.
Yes.
Trustee Benavides.
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Now we get to item 9, departmental reports. The departmental reports are included in the packet and reflect all the activities as listed. Do the trustees have questions regarding the reports for staff? Let's begin with Trustee Pacheco.
Okay, I don't know that I have what I would call questions. I guess I just want to make some comments. This is the last meeting for you and I, Mayor, regular Board of Trustee meeting. And obviously the year's coming to an end as well. But I do want to thank you for the many, many years of service that you have given to the Village of Los Ranchos, not only as mayor, but as trustee. I'm comfortable leaving the village in a very good position, as I'm sure you are as well. And I think we've worked as a great governing body over the last 4 years that I've been a part of this board. And I just wanted to, again, just say thank you for all the accomplishments over the last, 32 years? 32 years.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Trustee
Mayor.
Pacheco. Go ahead.
Let's see. Josh, this is for your portion of the Agri-Nature Center. The trail, the signage that that you talk about in your report, that's only going to be in a certain part of the Agri-Nature Center? Is it going to be a part of the whole Agri-Nature? Can you just go into that a little bit?
Thank you, Mayor and Trustee Pacheco. So the signage is part of that Edible Trails grant, the Trails Plus grant that we got from the Outdoor Rec Division. And so we would like to have a trail that goes through the property to connect Rio Grande Boulevard to the Los Poblanos open space. And it would meander through and visit all the different spots. So we want to have signage so that people coming, if there's not a tour or something going on, they could be able to go through, see what the lavender is, why that's there, the orchard, the vineyard, the raised bed area, the hops, all the different areas, and have signage for all of them. And there'll be minimal signage with QR codes. And so people could scan the QR codes and find information on the backside of that of why do you do heritage grains, why we do heritage grains, why we're growing hops in this region, what's the research that's going on behind that. So it's providing education because we have minimal staff for people who are walkers and coming through on their own to be able to have their own tour of the place.
It's excellent. Thank you. I think that was all I had, Mayor.
Thank you. Trustee Benavides.
I don't have questions, but I have comments. I want to thank the staff and for doing such comprehensive reports for us for all the Board of Trustees meetings. And I didn't know we were doing this now, but we'll do this now. So Mayor Don Lopez, I do wish you well, and I want you to know that when I was on the campaign trail, whenever I heard someone be critical in the sense that they were accusing you of doing something that was crooked, I always responded that I thought you were an honorable man, and we disagreed on some issues.
Thank you.
And I had the pleasure to meet your daughter, and who told me about you as a young boy growing up here. And I have to say, I felt parallels with my own life when I heard that. And I believe you to be a selfless person. I believe that everything you've done was to put your family in a better position.
Right.
So that your kids won't know the obstacles that you knew when you were growing up. So I wish you well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
And no questions.
Thank you. Trustee Radnovich.
I just had a couple of questions, not much. And maybe it's because it's the season. I think I saw somewhere in the department reports that we already have that signage project at 65% complete. And I thought we were going to have the folks in the residents of the village have some weigh in on that. And it's 65% already. That's a pretty high percentage of completion on the signage project. So I don't know.
Which
you
signage
mentioned it,
project are we
Maria,
talking
and
about?
so did you, Josh. So
the signs in the village
signs
that
are
being worked on with Planned Collaborative.
Mayor, Trustee Radnovich, the 60% design complete means they've come up with just a very generous number of potential elements and design elements that as soon as the administration change takes place, we will be meeting with Mayor-elect and setting a series of public meetings on all of the projects. So it does, we did amend the contract with Plan to include public information meetings.
I know what 65% plans are. I'm just commenting that it's pretty far along, and I thought we were going to have.
So 60% complete on this project means it's based on what their contract is, and 60% complete means that they have prepared all of the elements that will be presented as alternatives for the public.
Thanks, Maria. The report, your report, Josh, for the Agri-Nature Center, some of these things are said fall. Are some of these not updated? Some of the bullets? Just asking.
Thank you, Mayor, Trustee Radnovich. What I did, because we did not have a meeting in November, I included all of the events to happen October and November up till now.
Sorry, I didn't mean to point it out. I think that's the only, that's the only other, that's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Our village attorney, Nan Winter, has a report. Go ahead, Attorney Winter.
Mayor, trustees, I'll do this as long as my voice holds out. First of all, I want to let you know that Stelzner prevailed in a motion this afternoon consolidating two of the Friends of Los Ranchos cases. So we are now down essentially to 3 litigations as it concerns Friends of Los Ranchos. Secondly, we are in receipt of a December 11th letter from the Chappell Law Firm. Mr. Chappell is proposing a contract with the village at the request of, I believe, Mayor-elect. He is indicating a compensation rate of about $3.25 an hour. He is not interested in doing litigation, and he is recommending that the village retain independent counsel to handle the Friends of Los Ranchos litigation. We have amended a contract and sent that to Joshua for further consideration by Mr. Chappell and the village. Last, we yesterday received a 13-page legal opinion from the Ethics Commission, and that will be posted to the village website, and it concerns essentially the Governmental Conduct Act issues raised given the Friends of Los Ranchos litigation and the mayor-elect's position in that litigation.
Thank you. Therefore, item 10 is general public comment. Participants wishing to speak on topics that do not appear on the agenda will be given 3 minutes. No action can occur on these items. If you have questions, please feel free to contact staff during business hours. Danielle, please proceed by calling up individuals that signed up for general public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and trustees, our first individual is Mr. Jeff Phillips. If you would please approach the podium, state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Jeff Phillips, and I live at 605 Schulte Road Northwest. Mayor Lopez, trustees, thanks for the time. Patty and I have lived at the residence for 17 years. And we've been in the North Valley for 26. That's when we moved to New Mexico. So this is the first place we've ever put down roots. We love it here. It's home. For the past 16 years, I've been the emergency management coordinator for the village. That's in a voluntary capacity. I started back with Kelly Ward and Chief Perez and Mayor Abraham and a few of other people here in the room. In that time, we've created and passed an emergency management ordinance, passed a resolution adopting the National Incident Management System, adopted an emergency operations plan, and adopted 3 successive mitigation plans, the last of which was early 2022. So some of you were here for that adoption. Mitigation plans are all hazard, and they're in conjunction with the county, the city, MRGCD, all the major entities in the area. A significant part of emergency management is coordination with other entities, their local governments, key state and federal partners, as well as the private sector and non-governmental sectors. A notable recent example of that is the substantial and unique levy exercise we did right here in this hall last year. We've been fortunate, of course, that we have had only minor incidents, at least in my time here, and I hope to keep it that way. The couple of other things. Last decade, we established a Citizen Corps Council to spread preparedness messages and to coordinate citizen efforts. And while that's mostly dormant, IJT, since COVID, the model is still viable going forward. Just as an aside, I was on the Planning and Zoning Commission from 2014 to 2019. The last 18 months of those, I was the chair. It was some of the best experience I've ever had, and it really gave me a chance to get to know the village from a different perspective, and many of you people that are here in this room. So ultimately, my purpose in standing here tonight is just to introduce myself to anybody I don't know and reintroduce myself and say hello to those who I do. Congratulations to the trustees and the mayor-elect. I look forward to working with you. Continuity is a bedrock principle, and I think there are a lot of systems in place that will serve us well going forward. Mr. Mayor, Trustee Pacheco, thank you for your service, and with that, I'll close. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank
Continue.
you so much. Mr. Joe Craig?
Thank you, Mayor. Joe Craig, 505 Calle del Pajarito Northwest. Just a few things. One, Melanie, I'd like you to clarify and record what the preliminary word means for the preliminary site development on SDP 2305 and 06. We'd like to have that for the record. Second of all, a comment. I am the Firewise manager for a little community out of Eagle Nest. It doesn't mean much, but we do a Firewise, and it's for insurance. There are a lot of places that are losing insurance, and I think it goes back to what Trustee Benavides was talking about. Insurance companies are pulling insurance. Fire protection for the village is extremely important. Florida's losing it, and it's water, it's fire, but we're going to have to pay for fire. So that is just a comment. Mayor, I'd like to thank you for your 33 years?
32.
32 years of service. Long, hard time. Thank you for everything you've done.
Worked for
Seriously.
4 mayors.
4 mayors. It's an impressive service, and I do want to thank you for everything.
Thank you very
you did.
much.
Sandra, you as well for your 4 years. We look forward working with all the staff, and this is a great village, and thank you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. Ms. Nancy Nangeroni?
Okay. Isn't that the truth? Isn't that the truth?
Nancy Nangeroni, 7315 Guadalupe Trail. I was sitting back there thinking I shouldn't say anything, but then I thought I should come up here and thank you. Thank you for your service, all of you. Sandra and Mayor Lopez, thank you for yours as you depart. We've had our differences, and I've given you hell from here, and I just want you to know it's not personal, and I appreciate your service. And I appreciate continuing service of you two folks. So thank you so much. I really do mean it.
Thank you. Ms. Gordine McKenzie? You going to pass? Okay, thank you. Mr. Tom Donnellan, if you would.
Well, you knew this was coming since I started on it before at the wrong time. Good evening again, Mayor and trustees. My name is Tom Donnellan. I reside at 6668 Edgewood Drive Northwest, Los Ranchos de Albuquerque. First of all, thank you, Mayor Lopez and Trustee Pacheco, for your years of service. I remember when I started here as the village finance officer, you being the president pro tem of the trustees at that time, Mayor Lopez. And I want to thank you, Trustee Pacheco, for your years of service, not only as trustee, but also as a planning and zoning commissioner. You've given a lot. And we may not have seen eye to eye, but you've always done, from my point of view, you've always tried to do the best you can for the village as you see it. We may not see it the same way, but that doesn't mean you weren't trying to make it the best place here. And I thank you very much for that and for the time you've spent. Most of it is vastly undercompensated. I also want to thank for the improvements of the Edgewood Park. And we look forward to having that done. We hope that our wanting to review the final plan doesn't hold up things too much, but hopefully working with Josh, we'll get that all done and we'll keep it within the window where we can get the work done. I am concerned about the status of the land that consists of Edgewood Park. It's, my understanding is it's just general inventory land within the village. It's not part of the open space land. It's not designated as open space. And we've been promised that on a number of occasions, but it hasn't actually happened, and would like to see that come about. I am disappointed with this evening's proceedings. I really felt like we, as residents, asked for some consideration in terms of making sure what was happening at Chavez and Guadalupe that we actually have the real legitimate pieces. By mistake, we found out it's a preliminary, so we do have a do-over. But that wasn't known until after you had already decided that you were just going to let them do whatever they do and trust that their words were going to follow through. And I'm really disappointed that that is how you take our residents, our opinion, and discard it. I really thought that what Trustee Radnovich proposed was reasonable and would have meant a lot to us residents as being heard and being considered in terms of making sure that what was promised by the developer actually turns out to be what we get. I also would be interested.
The speaker's time has expired.
One question that I would like to know is how much of the fire department increase is because of the change of the village center development to residential?
Only Greg Pettis can answer that question.
I realize that, but it would be a question that you guys, that it would be nice to know, because I'd heard from the former planning director that ladder truck was going to be required for that. So.
Thank you so much. Mr. David Montoya?
He's gone.
JT, if you would, please.
Mayor, trustees, JT Michelson, 56 years at 5001 Rio Grande Boulevard, Northwest. I just want to thank the mayor and the trustees for their service to the village this year and all the other years that you've been a part of it. Tonight's meeting was representative of many meetings you've had this year, wide range of opinions. You've listened to them at all times and tried to make the best decision for the village. I think you've done a good job on that. Sandra, thank you very much for your service. And Mayor, thank you very much for your 32 years. The village has made great progress, both when you're a trustee and as mayor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Jennifer Kiefer?
Good evening. I just want to say thank you, Mayor. Thank you for 32 years. I haven't been in the village for that length of time, but for the time that I've been here, I appreciate the service. And thank you for that. Sandra, thank you. I don't agree with a lot of what you say or what you do, but I appreciate you doing this for 4 years and committing the time. Gil and George, I really, really, really look forward to working with you. I think we're going to do great things together. I think we have a lot of the same vision. We're not always going to agree. I already know that. But I feel that we have enough respect for one another to be able to have a healthy discourse and be able to have those conversations in front of the public because we do care. Danielle, Maida, Josh, Tammy, I look forward to working with all of you as well and really getting to know you and doing what's right by the village. So thank you, and Merry Christmas, everyone.
Jennifer, before you leave, would you mind stating your name?
722 Mullen Road.
Thank you.
Jennifer Kiefer.
And lastly, I have Ms. Loretta Smith, but I don't see her.
She's not here.
With that, Mayor, that's the end of public comment.
Okay, it's time for, yes, of course. You're a newly elected trustee. I have to let you speak. Please, I don't even know you. Not that that's a problem.
My name is Frank Reinell, and I reside at 1144 Ortega Road. You know, I mean, I've been involved with meetings over the last at least 2-3 years. You know, one of the things that I've learned is that democracy is hard.
Oh, yeah.
Democracy is hard. Democracy is only going to be as successful as people have the ability to discourse and the ability to disagree. We need to do that in a way that is respectful. We need to do that in a way that's professional. We need to do that in a way that everyone can certainly know what's on our minds. We have to be transparent. You know, and those are really the elements of true democracy. You know, Mr. Mayor, certainly we may not have always agreed, but again, you've tried to carry through that. You know, Sandra, you've done the same thing. You tried to carry through that. That's what's important. Look forward to working with both George, excuse me, with both George and Gil, and you know, to carry it through. And because again, this is the basis of how we need to work together. And so again, congratulations all. Looking forward to working with you. I may call on you again, Mr. Mayor. I may call on you again, Sandra.
I will answer the phone.
You know, because I'm trying to learn the ropes as well. You know, so again, thank you all very much, and I hope you have a good holiday.
All right. With that,
Thank you, Mayor. With that, that ends public comment.
we now have trustee informal discussion. Trustee Pacheco.
It was a long night.
Not really. Well, it's only 9:25. I know.
Okay. Been going since five. Yeah, it's a long night. You know, I just want to comment again on the time that I've been here with the village and how much I've enjoyed doing what I have done over the last, 4 years as a trustee and 2 years before that as Planning and Zoning Commissioner. It's going to be, again, like everybody said, we didn't always agree, but I took my job serious and take my job serious as a trustee for the village. I have made, I feel, what were the best decisions for the village. And again, not everybody needed to agree with me, but I did do it on what I felt was the best interest of the village. Again, I do not leave here tonight with any regrets. I would not go back to any decision that I made and change it. I feel everything that every decision that I made was made with thorough examination of the information. I felt like I came prepared, and I would like to suggest that the new trustees, you're not going to know until you sit in this seat how much work it is and how much time you have to dedicate to this position. The packets, as we have all talked, are long, but it's part of what we have stepped up to do. And I wouldn't change it for the world. I've had a great time. I've met some phenomenal people that I hope that I can continue to call friends. And I just, I want to thank everybody, and especially staff, for doing such an awesome job, again, in preparing us and helping us prepare for our meetings and being there to answer questions whenever we have them. I also want to encourage the new trustees and the sitting trustees as well to please communicate with the staff, and especially before you're coming to a meeting. Be sure that you're talking to the staff so that you're not surprising them with questions. That's not fair either. We are all one team here, and that's the way we need to work. It doesn't need to be a surprise. So I hope that the new trustees and the sitting trustees will continue to utilize our staff to their best. And Attorney Winter, I want to thank you also for all the guidance that you've provided. You and the law firm have, I feel, done a phenomenal job. And I thank you. I wish you had more of a voice tonight. But I do thank you from the bottom of my heart for the direction, for sure. And I just want to wish everybody a happy holiday, and I am off to spend some more time with my grandson, my new grandson.
Trustee Benavides.
Yeah, I'm going to let you in on a little secret. Sometimes I don't like the decisions I make because I actually agree with the people that I wish things were different. But as time goes on, I've become more attuned to just following the ordinances and what's in front of me instead of trying to piecemeal decisions like, okay, it's all right for this person to be here, but I don't like it to be next over here because that's too close to where I live. You know, I can't do that. It's just a rabbit hole that I can't go down. So let me tell you something else. I moved here in 1984. Hartnett was still alive. He lived catty corner to me. And there were a lot of other old-timers that were still alive that were here when the village was incorporated in 1958. And so we get a lot of interpretation by people as to why the village was incorporated. I want to tell you what I heard from them. It was to stop the trailer parks, and which by the way were rural. They were rural trailer parks. They were on well water, and they had septic tanks. But that was why. That's what I heard over and over again. So to the new trustees, yes, I look forward to working with you, and let me relate your newness to this position with when I first came on. I think Trustee Sandra Pacheco noticed a difference as time went on. You know, we when George and I were elected, we were, you know, full of ideas and we don't like this and that, and we're going to shake everything up. Well, it's hard to shake things up. You make little improvements here and there as you go along, but it's hard to make big changes. And I appreciate the fact that Sandra and Alan Lewis were very tolerant of us, and I appreciate it that Trustee Pacheco was very decisive in her decisions, and sometimes I felt like I was bouncing around. I had a hard time deciding, and as time goes on, I feel like I've become much more decisive in my decisions, and I think I learned that from watching you. So I appreciate you for that. So, Attorney Nan Winter, you've done a phenomenal job, and we'll see where it goes from here. Thank you.
Trustee Radnovich.
I'm not going to say very much because I think it's already been said, but I'll say a little bit. Merry Christmas, everyone. Happy holidays, everybody. since it's end of year and it's end of your term, Mayor, and your term, Sandra, I feel like I have to say something to you. And Sandra, you kind of took me under your wing when I first started. We went to lunch a few times, and I really learned a lot from just having you tell me what you did and how you thought about things. So I really thank you for that. And Mayor, I know we haven't had, as other people said, the same ideas about things along the way, but I've always respected your opinions, and I think you were here because you believed you could help, and you wanted to make the village a better place. And I know that you did nothing wrong while you were here.
Yes.
In terms of being mayor, and we've known each other a long time before we ever became colleagues here, because I've known you for years as a water engineer, as part of what you do on the state engineer side and what you did and everything. So thank you for that. And Nan, I'm really sad to see you go. We've known each other for such a long time. It was a nice way to kind of get to know you again. So maybe we can keep up some of that over the future, in the future.
Anything else?
George and I were roommates in 1982.
That's right, we were.
I was hoping that would come out on the campaign trail.
I bet you were.
Anything else, George?
No,
Okay,
thank you.
before I close the meeting, I'll make just a couple of final remarks. It has been the honor of my lifetime to serve as a longtime trustee, longtime mayor pro tem, and now a two-term mayor. And I look forward to the future. I will treasure the time that I spent with late Mayor Harry Stowers. He took me under his wing and taught me so much. And then when I supported Larry Abraham for mayor, he won. And then he made me his mayor pro tem for the entire 14 years that he was mayor. So I sat next to him for 14 years up here on this dais, and so I learned an awful lot about the late mayor. It was a tragic passing of his. I became the mayor, then I ran in 2019. But it's been, again, an honor of my lifetime to have served. So with that, I'm going to say happy holidays, Merry Christmas, and I am going to need a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Motion to adjourn the meeting.
And
I'll second.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. The end of the meeting is at 9:35. Josh, come here. JT, you better believe it. Yeah. Yeah, it's been something. Were you able to make me a copy of that magazine? A copy? Oh, okay. Well, if you could make one, maybe tomorrow afternoon, I'll pick it up tomorrow night. I'll just come by and get it. So